A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. It is 9 a.m. and I had promised we will start. And since I see the chair of the very first session, we will then formally start. If you're seated at the back, because that's where you were seated yesterday, you can move because no one left their tag on the chair in front of you. So the chair in front of you is also available. So you don't have to sit where you are, especially if you don't have access to the screens, or at least you don't get to see what's happening at the stage. So you're allowed to move and move forward to allow for those who come and join us later to take the seats behind. Shortly, we'll formally start with a word of prayer. And then I will then humbly request we'll take a moment of silence, and that will happen after the prayer to observe the passing of the King of Toro. And we'll then run through what was the conversation we had yesterday. For those of you who were not here with us, we'll just run through a recap of that, just to tell you where we are. And then we will dive into our very first session for today. So again, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we want to welcome you alongside our partners, the IGC. In a very special way, we want to appreciate those of you who've kept time and joined us early this morning for the start of this session. Time is money, right? And so I will humbly request Angela, who has been the pastor of this forum. Angela, please come and lead us in a word of prayer. And after the word of prayer, we will humbly request that we remain upstanding for a moment of silence. The media team has been tasked to share the image of our late king. But before that, may we be upstanding for a word of prayer.
Let's stand up and have a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this second day that we come to have a conversation in regard to the tenfold growth strategy in a rapidly global changing environment. We pray for your grace today. We pray that whoever is going to discuss, oh Lord, you give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that even as we continue with the candid conversation, oh God, Lord, it will be for purposes of growing our economy and bettering our country, Uganda. So welcome into this place. We pray that whoever is supposed to be here, Father, you'll quicken their footsteps. We thank you and we bless you. In Jesus' mighty name we've prayed. Amen.
We remain standing, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday was a very sad day for Uganda after the learning of the passing of the Omukama Oyo Nyimba Kabamba Iguru Rukidi IV, the King of Toro. And we'll now take a moment of silence to observe the passing of the King. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Please take your seats. Once again, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and on behalf of the IGC, we welcome you to this, our second day of the 10th High-Level Economic Growth Forum. Our theme, as has been since yesterday, realizing Uganda's tenfold growth strategy in a rapidly changing global economy. The Ministry of Finance directors who are present here, the leadership of the ministry that is present here, the IGC representatives that are present here. We have, of course, the Executive Director, IGC, Dr. Jonathan Leap, and our Country Director, Dr. Richard Newfarmer, members of the civil society, captains of industry in the private sector, members of the academia present, our distinguished speakers, members of the Fourth Estate, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this morning. We will, as Angela prayed, have a moment to make sure that those who are still on their way their footsteps are fastened, so they do not miss out on these sessions. But also, in a very special way, we welcome our dignitaries who are joining us virtually online. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for joining us this morning. Yesterday, our very first session looked at the global trends that shape Uganda's medium-term growth opportunities, and we had a really candid discussion on technology, and in particular, the artificial intelligence, the new health innovations, the cheaper renewable energy, and creating opportunities to boost productivity and transform key sectors. We then dived into our second session towards a modern industrial policy to drive productivity and growth. And we were looking at accelerating growth in Uganda that will require a modern industrial policy to accelerate productivity growth across key sectors. We later in the afternoon had the singular honor of having with us three ministers, one chairing the session and the other two present, including our Minister of Trade, who did mention the key priority areas that will be addressed in the next 5 years as we fast track our ATMs to deliver on the tenfold growth. And so the session was looking at trading more effectively with the central, that will be central to Uganda's growth, especially in scaling up our exports, diversifying and increasing domestic value addition. This morning, we will be diving into our very first session, our fourth session of the forum, tapping into the new sources of affordable investment finance and improving returns to investment. Our session chair is none other than our Director of Economic Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Director Moses Kagwa.
Good morning, everybody. All protocol observed. Today, we have some very interesting panelists and one discussant. I think we have Dr. Niall Kuch, who is a senior country economist for IGC Uganda. Before joining IGC, he worked in the Canadian Public Service as an economist at the Canadian Revenue Agency, advising on taxation of multinationals, and at the Natural Resources Canada, analyzing the impact of COVID-19 and past economic shocks on the natural resources sector. His research interests include farm level productivity, development economics, transfer pricing, cost benefit analysis, and tax policy. He holds a BA in economics from the University of West Ontario, and an MA and PhD in economics from Queen's University. Please welcome Dr. Kuch. The other panelist is Mr. Julius Mukunda of the Civil Society Budget Advisory Group, CISBAG. Is the executive director. He works in CISBAG, which is a coalition of civil society organizations that work to promote equitable and sustainable development through effective public resource mobilization, allocation, and utilization in Uganda. He's an economist with over 15 years experience in economic governance, public finance management, budget transparency, and accountability. He has been a strong advocate for prudent public finance reforms, transparent and accountable management of public resources, and greater citizen participation in national budget processes. He has also represented civil society on several national and international platforms, including Uganda's Public Expenditure Management Committee, PEMCOM, the National Gender and Equity Budget Task Force, the Budget Transparency Initiative, and the World Bank Civil Society Policy Forum Working Group. He has also participated as a speaker and panelist at World Bank, IMF, and United Nations forums. Please welcome Mr. Julius Mukunda. We're supposed to have had another panelist, Dr. Nadia Issa from Georgetown University. Unfortunately, she could not travel. So we'll have two panelists instead, and unless there is someone from the audience who would want to come at short notice to join as a panelist, I'll have two. Is there anyone who would want to join? Okay. We'll have a discussant. Mr. Musa Mayanja Luanga, is he around? Okay, brilliant. So, but we'll start with the two panelists, and I'll straight away go into the questions. I think I'll start with Dr. Kuch. Uganda has undertaken so many reforms in public investment management. And we have also invested equally a lot of money. But why have the expected gains in efficiency and growth impacts been limited? And what additional measures are needed to significantly improve returns in public investments? Dr. Kuch? Yeah, okay. Dr. Kuch has some slides.
Thank you very much, Director Moses. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on the protocols that were already established. So as the director pointed out, I'll be talking about the efficiency of public investments in Uganda. In particular, I'll be looking at how we can move from projects to productivity, essentially unlocking higher returns to public investment in Uganda. So let me start by giving you a foretaste of what I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to leave you with three key messages. One is that Ugandan share of investment in Uganda as a share of GDP has fallen in the recent years, and the productivity of public investment is low. The second message that I would like to leave is that to achieve the goals of the 10-fold program, Uganda will have to substantially increase its public investment level, as well as improve the efficiency of public investment. And by efficiency, I'll get into what I mean by efficiency in the next few slides. And then the last point that I would like to leave with you is that financing is becoming more constrained, as we talked about yesterday. And so Uganda will have to undertake some reforms in order to improve the efficiency. So those are the key messages that I would like you to take away. So as I mentioned before, investment level in Uganda has gone down, but then we need to step back and look at what really constitutes total investment in Uganda. Well, it's a sum of public investment as well as private investment. So if you look at the chart on the right, we see that private investment has dropped dramatically, starting from about 2013. The good news is that public investment has increased a little bit, starting from about 2016, 2017. But then if you compare the drop and the rise, it's clear that the decline in private investment has not been offset by the rise in the public sector investment. So that's a big problem that we need to address. So when we talk about more investment, usually we mean more financing. And as someone mentioned yesterday, our tax to GDP ratio is just around 14%, which is lower than the sub-Saharan Africa average of about 15, 16%, which again is lower than the threshold that the World Bank and IMF recommends for sustainable growth and development. Now, our second domestic revenue mobilization strategy has a target of about 20% tax to GDP ratio. And then if we align that, or if we try to align that with the tenfold growth program, which essentially requires an annual growth of about 17% in nominal terms, it's clear that we need to do more to increase the tax revenues. Well, we also have some further issues when it comes to our domestic revenues. So we've seen that in the recent past, the URA has substantially expanded the tax register. So we've had about 195% increase in the number of registered taxpayers between 2021 and 2025. Now, the problem with that increase is that we still have a lot of registered taxpayers who do not contribute revenue at all, right? So there's still more that needs to be done. Now, this presentation is going to focus a lot more on efficiency, but I just want to address, some of the things that Uganda could do to improve the situation of our taxes. So I have four broad policy directions that Uganda could take. One is border enforcement. So what we've uncovered in a series of IGC research is that import tax evasion at the border is substantial. So standing at around 3.1% to 15.3% of the net tax revenues that Uganda generate. So you see that there's a big gap that we could close by, enforcing the VAT payments at the border. And then we still have substantial tax expenditures, about 3.6 trillion a year in foregone revenues. So rationalizing these tax expenditures could improve our tax to GDP ratio. On the other side, we've discovered that taxpayers are reporting high compliance costs amounting to about 20% of the turnover for the smallest firms. So maybe if we step back and try to improve try to reduce these compliance costs, maybe we could bring more taxpayers into the tax net. And then there's also some scope for property taxes. So about 2.1 million buildings in Kampala have now been mapped against a valuation roll, covering just under 8%. So there is a lot that could be gained from property taxes. So I'll leave it at that and then get into the investment efficiency. So having seen that our taxes are lagging behind, uh, when we compare what we collect to what other countries in the region collect, it's clear that maybe the strategy is not having more investment per se, but examining how we can get more from the little that we invest. Right. So the needs for so Uganda needs more and better public investment to sustain growth and close, the annual infrastructure gap that we have. So the World Bank estimates it at about 1.4 million, and it's better investment is required because, as I mentioned before, public and fiscal space is limited. So we're talking about a tax to GDP ratio of about 14%. Our investment needs are substantial, so we cannot devote all the resources that we have towards just public investment. There are other things that Uganda needs to take care of. And inefficiency itself has some real cost, as I'll get into in the next few slides. But then project quality also matters, right? So at every stage where we have issues in the investment cycle, quality is going to feature prominently. So what am I trying to say? Trying to say that more spending alone is not enough. Uganda must get more value from every shilling that we are currently investing. And so I'm going to give you a roadmap of how the rest of the slides will evolve. So I'm going to get into the reforms that the government has undertaken, and then I'll try to get into examining whether the reforms have really worked. So have we seen any improvement in the efficiency? And then I'll also show you what where the inefficiencies are still persisting in the public investment cycle. And then finally, I'll leave you with what we need to change to improve our investment efficiency. So again, the goal is to translate, stronger PIM processes that MOVPET has already established into better investment decisions and higher returns. So let me start by, getting a little bit into what the government has done. So in the last few years, we've seen tremendous improvement in the public investment management system. So starting at around 2015, PIM reforms came in, and the goal was to strengthen project preparation and project selection. And then at around 2017 to 2019, the development committee, as well as the appraisal processes were strengthened. And then in 2020 to about 2022, we started to see some greater emphasis on project prioritization, as well as the public investment plan processes. And then at around 2023 to 2026, we've seen a lot of capacity building being done by the Ministry of Finance. We've seen the establishment of the PIM Center of Excellence at Makerere, and we've also witnessed some further institutional reforms. So that's a lot of reforms that have been initiated in the last decade or so. So now the question is, have these reforms translated into gains in public investment efficiency? So I'll start by looking at the aggregate picture at the macro level, and then I'll delve into the micro side of things. So at the aggregate level, we have a measure that we call the incremental capital output ratio, the ICOR. So basically what it measures is the amount or the level of additional investment that we need to generate an additional unit of output, so GDP. So basically what that means is every time we see a decline in ICOR, that essentially means that we have some improvement in investment efficiency. And so if you look at the chart, which is essentially a 3-year moving average of the ICOR, we do see that starting from about 2015 to 2017, which is when these reforms started, the I-core has been falling, right? So that coincides with improvement in investment efficiency. And then towards the end there, starting at around 2022, again, we do see another decline. So at the aggregate level, it appears like the public investment efficiency is rising. But because the I-core is an aggregate macro indicator that could be affected by other structural parameters in the economy, it doesn't give us a complete picture of what is really happening to public investment efficiency. So what I'll do is I'll turn to the project level data and try to see if this message of public investment efficiency improving is also supported by findings at the project level. And so these project level measure or approach is going to allow us to directly observe the implementation performance and exactly pinpoint or diagnose specific bottlenecks in our public investment management system. So I'm going to focus on three main efficiency measures. So there's going to be the cost measure or the cost efficiency, which is essentially looking at whether or not the project was delivered within its original budget. And then I'll also look at the time efficiency. So was the project delivered on schedule? And then I'll look at some absorption issues. So were the allocated funds translated into actual spending? And when it comes to absorption, I'm going to disentangle absorption issues on the treasury side. So basically that means that the treasury has not released the funds on time, as well as on the execution side, which means that the funds have been released to the agencies, but for some reason they could not spend it. And then as a robustness check, I aggregate these three measures into what I call the composite efficiency index. Of course, I bounded them to range from 0 to 100. And then I look at the overall efficiency. So I've talked about this issue previously. So implementation inefficiency is directly linked to economic inefficiency. For example, if we have time delays, that basically means that the benefits are not realized on time. So that reduces the present value and it lowers the outcomes of the public investment. If we have any cost overruns, then it means that we need more resources to realize the targeted outcomes. And then low absorption issues or implementation failures essentially mean that any planned outputs and benefits may not be delivered in full or on time. So I'm looking at the data in our public investment plan, which is basically a central inventory of all approved development projects that are financed through domestic revenues as well as external financing, including loans and grants. So the data has about 337 approved development projects with a combined total cost of about 95 trillion shillings. And they span across 136 budget votes. And I have to acknowledge the greater role that the Commissioner for Projects Analysis played in granting access to this data set, because it's really what is going to tell us where the inefficiencies are persisting in our public investment management system. So what do we see? Previously, I said that at the macro level, it appears like public investment efficiency is going up. Now, but when we zoom into the project level data, what we see is that the PIP data is showing that the aggregate efficiency that I mentioned before coexists with a lot of project level inefficiencies. In particular, we see that 22.5% of the projects experience cost overruns. About 25% of the projects have been delayed for more than 2 years, and the mean absorption for all the projects is about 77%. Now, when you dig a little bit further, we see that 22% of the projects absorb less than 50% of the allocated funds. Now, I've also uncovered 19 critical projects that have what I call the 3 red flags, and these red flags were a bit subjective in the way I constructed them. So, red flag 1 was triggered if the forecast cost is higher than 150% of the originally planned costs. And the second and the third, as well as the fourth red flags are defined below. So these 19 critical projects require some immediate intervention to either close them down or see what's really happening with them. So stepping back to what I mentioned earlier, the problem isn't simply more money per se, because we do see implementation bottlenecks on both sides of the system. So one is what I call the agency side bottleneck. So this is a situation where the Treasury releases funds, but for some reason, the pertinent agency cannot execute those funds. And then, so we have about 35.1% of the projects with absorption issues falling under this category that I call the agency side bottleneck. And then we have the Treasury side constraints as well, so affecting about 39.4% of the projects. So basically the funds are being budgeted for, but for some reason they're not released to the implementing agencies on time. So addressing these dual absorption constraint could substantially improve our public investment efficiency. I also find that some implementation challenges originate way before the execution stage. So I do see evidence of some projects in the public investment plan not having a completed feasibility study. And basically what that means is that having poor preparation at entry creates, what I call the downstream implementation challenges. So, having these unrealistic costs and implementation schedules, weak procurement and implementation planning, delays in project execution, increase in the cost overruns and project performance. So, strengthening compliance with appraisal requirements that are already defined in our Public Financial Management Act could improve our implementation performance. So the way projects enter the public investment plan or the pipeline matters as well. So what I see is that about 80% of the projects in the pipeline are approved through the development committee process. And that's a good thing because there's evidence in the data that the development committee continues to function as an effective quality gatekeeper in the Uganda's public investment management system. In particular, projects that go through the development committee process substantially outperform those that are approved through alternative channels. And in the language that I mentioned before, they score up to 32.3 composite efficiency index points, higher, and completing up to about 5 years sooner compared to projects that are approved through, outside the DC process. So that's a good thing. Director for Budget, we should keep encouraging this. So the challenge may not simply be, having better PIM rules. I think we have good ones, but then ensuring that these rules are consistently shaped, with projects enter the pipeline, would help us improve our investment, our public investment management. Now, I also looked at, how the financing modality interacts with absorption and project execution. So what I see is that projects that are financed by the government of Uganda have substantially higher absorption compared to projects that are financed by the developing partners or the ones that have, these blended financing. Now, that seems to be a bit counterintuitive because we would expect, these donor finance projects to perform better, because of stronger project preparation, higher levels of technical assistance and supervision, as well as some additional implementation support that tends to come with these projects. Now, I try to examine, where this gap is coming from, and it appears that the gap emanates from, these multiple approval requirements that often come with development finance projects, as well as these complex procurement processes, in addition to the reporting and compliance regulations. So the key policy question that we should ask or address is how can we maintain these strong fiduciary safeguards while reducing the procedural delays that impede project implementation. So in summary, what really explains the performance gaps that we continue to see in our public management system? So one is the at the project preparation stage, so where we have these incomplete feasibility studies. The second gap comes from the project approval, so where there's some evidence on weak enforcement of readiness requirement, and then the treasury release issues that I explained earlier, so the release bottlenecks. And then on the other side, the execution problems, so procurement and implementation delays. So essentially, we do the gaps are not at just one stage. So they emerge throughout the project cycle, not just during implementation. And so the next generation of PIM reforms should target the returns and not just the procedures. So lastly, then how do we go about this? So I leave you with 6 policy directions that we could take to improve our public investment efficiency. One is to prioritize harder, as it was mentioned yesterday. We should focus on fewer, higher returns projects. The second measure that we could take is to prepare better. So ensure better feasibility studies and approval processes. And the third policy direction is to address this dual absorption bottleneck issue. So on the treasury side, we need to improve some predictability and timeliness of fund releases, including better aligning our cash planning with the implementation schedules for the projects. On the agency side, we need to strengthen the procurement and project execution capacity of our agencies. I know the ministry has done a lot of work through the PIM Center, and even before the PIM Center, there's been a lot of capacity building. But I think we also need to go beyond and get into the agencies and really help them to have better feasibility studies and things like that. And then the fourth measure that we could take is to reform the donor disbursement architecture. So having this structured dialogue with development partners on streamlining the procedures, harmonizing these procurement rules, and maybe front loading some of the preparation activities. We also need to implement faster. So prioritize these ready to implement projects, streamline procurement as well as approvals, and aligning financing to reduce delays and cost overruns. And then finally, we need to do some monitoring and evaluation. So learn systematically from the project. So what has worked and what has not worked, and use that evidence from completed projects to improve future decisions. So I'll stop at that, and hopefully I'll get back to you during the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coach. I think we have learned that we have to move from theory to practice. We must implement, we must implement, we must implement. We've been borrowing a lot of money for projects. Director Data and Cash Policy is here. She can tell you she's been struggling with raising money. And I think our external debt is about $15.88 billion. But the absorption is about 35%. And those projects in water, in electricity, in agriculture, which should help us move towards our 10-fold growth strategy, are not moving very fast because there are issues that have been highlighted that we need to look at. We need to fix project implementation. We have to do projects right. We must have feasibility studies. This is already done, the feasibility studies, but doing the projects right. Then I also strengthen the PIMS. I think we'll look at that. Improve public finance management. You've heard about delays or non-release of funds from Treasury, so that's on our side. And then when the funds are released, sometimes the agencies don't absorb those funds. But there was also an interesting finding that government funds for projects are absorbed quicker than donor funds. So we must look at that. Why is that so? But then we also have to look at the physical progress. How have the projects financed by government, though the release has been made, how are they performing? So that is something that we really need to look at. On taxation, I think you're right. The takeaways are that we need to improve domestic revenue mobilization. Our revenue to GDP ratio is still low. We must implement the domestic revenue mobilization. But I was also intrigued by the smuggling that is still very rampant, despite the efforts that have been done. I was told by one gentleman who used to work across the border. He would move with his bicycle in the morning. At lunchtime, he moves to Kenyan side. At lunchtime, he comes back to the Ugandan side to have lunch. Then he would move back to the Kenyan side. So after 25 years, he retired. And when he was retiring, he was asked by a customs officer that, what have you been doing all these years? You've been moving from Uganda to Kenya every day, but I didn't see the goods you were carrying. Then he was saying, every day I was smuggling bicycles. So that was his role. Now I think we need really to close this gap. Julius, over to you. And the question for Julius is on financing. As you have heard, we still have low domestic revenue mobilization. Concessional financing, we've been borrowing, we prioritize, but concessional financing is not available at this time because a lot of the countries where we are getting concessional financing have funds which have also dwindled. So, what mix of financing strategies, including private partnerships, blended finance, and green finance, can Uganda pursue to close its development financing gap while ensuring sustainability and value for money? And I think I will also request you to talk about taxation. How can we improve? Because our panelists who didn't come, so you can fit in that regard. Thank you. I've been reminded, oh, I don't want to lose my job. The permanent secretary, Treasury, Dr. Ramadan Gobi, has joined us. Thank you.
Good morning, all protocol observed. Welcome PSST. I think I will start with the question of we have big dreams, and therefore big dreams need to be financed boldly, but also taking into consideration the risks that can come with these dreams that we have, and that is our financing our Uganda 10 for growth strategy. So I'll look at what we need, look at what we already have, where can we get some more resources that are affordable, how can we widen our sourcing, but most importantly, deploying our resources effectively, and then I will be able to make some few recommendations. What we need definitely is setting our 10 for growth strategy and equally board financing. And those are the targets that we need. And as such, you can see that we definitely need to step up our game so that we can be able to achieve some of these targets that we have set to get our 10 for growth strategy. When we were looking at this, myself and the team, we said, maybe we need to first look around the house before we look further. And probably the cheapest finance is the money that we already have in our country. Before turning new borrowing or new instruments, Uganda should probably cause some of the resource leakages already inside the system. Money already raised, already owned, but lost or used inefficiently. And I think yesterday the PSST was talking about illicit financial flows. That's one area I think if we could close that. We also talked about tax expenditures, if we can see if they can be able to have value. But I think of recent, we have seen what procurement inefficiencies and corruption and waste has done. It has been really brought back home. In the field where you see Baram and the Minister for Works, where they are, you can actually see that if this is actually being replicated across the country, where the compensation that is supposed to be valued at 30 million comes to 2 billion, and you replicate that across the country, you can see really that this is some money you could have saved some bigger purpose. And therefore, I think, Chair, before we really go out, you can first look here and say, let's do things efficiently so that we can be able to see the kind of more resources that we may need. Of course, we have a target of 20% of our tax to GDP. But I think raising more does not mean higher rates on the same corporate taxpayers. It means collecting fully and fairly from a wider base. And the recommendation here is that let us broaden and I think the area speaker said mentioned the issue of only 8% of property tax being collected in Kampala, which I think really we could be able to ensure that the whole country comes into place. Compliance is still a big issue, which I think we can also look at. And for the border enforcement, I think, Chair, this is one thing I have always, I think, probably talked to you and probably also URA. There is no way URA is going to man all these border posts. It is impossible. Until we agree and we work with our districts that have got borders, it can be a win-win situation for us, for them to control these porous borders that we have. So for me is that some of these things we really have them here in terms of improving tax compliance, but also tax collection. So where should we find money that can help to advance our development? What we have realized is that our pension sector has actually expanded from 4.7 trillion to 18 trillion by, I think, by mid-2021. But I think the challenge is that the biggest part of their money is in government securities. So the recommendation is if we could build the right instruments and regulatory comfort and ensure that we have well-structured infrastructure bonds and project debt, I think we can be able to relieve government pressure of borrowing more and tap into this pension sector very well. So what we are missing are the right instruments to be able to use these pension sector funds. The other area we can look at, we looked around the globe and looked at where Uganda could be having a similar case, was in Nigeria, the sovereign green bond, which was even oversubscribed. Egypt also, the first sovereign green bond in MENA, $750 million, financed, which financed clean transport. It was also oversubscribed. Nigeria also had Sokuku. I think the lesson we are taking from this is that already countries are doing it. But what we realized was that we probably do not need, it's not about making laws. What we realized was that most of these countries had projects that were eligible, that were very well documented, and ready to be financed in that particular way. So I think DB and the team, the only thing we need to do is to get the projects that the private sector or these bonds can be able to finance right away. So ready-made project was one issue. And they did it for that particular purpose. And I think that's why most of them were able to succeed. So that's, I think, one area we need to be able to do. The other one, I think, is we could actually tap from mobilizing citizens' capital. And when I see my sister director debt, then you owe me my saving program. Because when you look at the Kenya M Akiba, minimum investment of $25. And I think for me, I'm more interested in this because you are really trying to mobilize citizens' capital. But also we have the Ethiopian Grand Renaissance Dam that from the beginning, the World Bank even did not want to touch it. But they went ahead and did and mobilized citizens' capital. Of course, all these sources have their disadvantages, but I think in most cases that we really need to take some pain right now to be able to have a dam like that of Ethiopia. But definitely, mobilize citizen capital in these ways could be one way we would want to look at. One thing that really interested me was around asset recycling, unlocking capital ready on the balance sheet. And we are trying to say, I mean, if you have a mature capital, you can actually lease it out, get money upfront, and then be able to finance the next project without not actually contracting a new debt. So I was looking around, say, in Uganda, which mature assets do we have that we can lend out? We can rent out, because India has done it. We also understand Australia also did it. So once we can do that, then that could be another source. So PSST, I don't know the mature assets we have in this country that we can be able to lease out. Could we lease out National Road and Sewage Corporation? Could we lease out Uganda Entebbe Airport? Could we lease out? But I think it would be one way of saying, of getting money for a particular purpose, and then we build the next project. Of course, we are doing well on mainstreaming climate finance, and I think this is something that is very important. We know we still have a gap of 28 billion according to the strategy. But for me, is around the source that we could also be able to do is around catalytic development, whereby we can be able to de-risk some of the investments for the private sector. You de-risk with very little money, but then the private sector is able to bring in more money to run the investment. That definitely can be able to attract more investment into the country. And I think we can be able to get more resources at the end of the day. So that's a list of some of the areas where we can get money: the green bond, the sovereign sukuk, the impact bonds, mobile retail bonds. That's my favorite, which we can be able to touch on and be able to attract more resources. But all these models and all these resources, I think there is one big lesson that we need to understand. They can only succeed if they are built on one credible, well-governed transaction. We don't need to be very, very, very perfect. We can just do one and learn from it so that we can be able to do the rest of the other sourcing models. And I think this is what Uganda should be able to look at. We also have our oil revenue. That can be another source. But I think the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility postponed specific operational rules until certainty of flow. Uganda must define rules before production starts. And I think that's when we are saying that the Investment Advisory Committee must be operationalized with binding input, not just advisory suggestions. And I think that's where we have a concern. They just advise, but they cannot make decisions. A number of countries we know that already have set some of these fiscal rules. Norway, for example, expected real return, they are talking about 3%. Ghana is allocating 21% of revenues to the Heritage Fund, and so on and so forth. So our investment advisory committee under the Petroleum Fund should actually be operational as we wait for the flow to come in. Last thing I think is that getting money, mobilizing finance is just half of the battle. The return on capital depends on whether projects were chosen realistically and budgeted for, executed on time, but also on the budget. And the World Bank is very, very clear that if you implement projects or you end up financing projects that are politically viable but economically weak, then you're not likely to get the returns that you need. Therefore, we cannot afford to neglect the basics of public investment management. And I think the previous speaker talked about it. Sound legal, institutional framework, strong pre-appraisal and appraisal, rigorous selection. These are some of the things that we need to put in to ensure that we respect and also we do. The bottlenecks are very well known, and I think these are some of the areas we need to work on, because however much we bring in and we cannot control or we cannot invest efficiently, then definitely we will not be able to benefit from these returns. Insufficient funding for feasibility study is a big issue that we need to look at. Fragmented sponsor information, standardization of data across sectors is another big problem. So these are some of the things that I think we need definitely to look at to be able to ensure that the little that we have raised or the more that we want to raise, we benefit from it and ensure that we are able to get the returns out of that. So recommendations, I think the first recommendation is let us use public money as a catalytic capital. That's the risk. In which way can we ensure that we put seed money here and be able to attract more money? I think that for me is one way government can be able to direct private sector to come in. Because once you have de-risked the project very well, then private sector will be able to come in. Adopt a trigger approach is also another area that we can be able to do. But build a national bankability discipline is something that we also need to be able to look at. Closing leakages, I think something that we have talked about even since yesterday, because these definitely can help us to ensure that the little we get, we can get extra shilling out of it. Reducing crowding out, I think, is an area that we can be able to work on, ensuring that our private sector actually have the right instrument and resources to deploy in case they intend to invest in some of the areas that we want. Pursue the Sukuku and the Capital Markets Authority guidelines is something that we can do if we can finish it in time and see how it can work for us. Design a transparent and a voluntary retail diaspora infrastructure bond. I think it is something that we are still struggling with. How can we ensure that we really tap on this diaspora money to be able to invest it in some of the projects that we want? So these are some of the few recommendations that we can be able to look at, Chair. And I think we have the right team, we have the right environment, we have the right spirit, but I think it is the discipline that we can enforce to be able to attract some of the new finances that are out there that we can be able to rely on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julius. Yes, we are now talking about how we can mobilize more money in a smarter way. Julius talked about illicit financial flows. The estimate is about $500 to $700 million annually, depending on the source. And this is through it happens through a number of ways: tax evasion and avoidance, trade misinvoicing, smuggling, misuse of the double taxation agreements, our informal economy, and the rampant use of cash. It's very easy to do this. So we must have ways of tackling this. I think it's something that maybe we'll be discussing here. It's talked about the deepening of domestic long-term capital. How can we leverage on pension funds, for example, for our projects? There was an interesting remark yesterday in one of the meetings where I was with PSST, where we are challenged saying now NSSF is making good money for the workers, but it's investing in securities, both here and abroad. But these securities are not creating jobs. They are not bringing in more workers. So the challenge was that how can the NSSF money be used to bring in more workers so that it can contribute towards job creation. On the deepening domestic long-term capital, I mean, that's what I've talked about. And then the thematic bonds and sukuk. Director Maris has been looking at this. And I think we've been having a conversation in the ministry as to whether these are actually different from the ways we have been collecting money. And that debate is still continuing. But if you call a bond an infrastructure bond or a green bond, do you attract better terms than if you just go and borrow and you negotiate smart? So that is a discussion we are still having. On the sukuk, we've started with the SGR, and the way we have organized the financing, 15% of that is supposed to be coming from sukuk. So we've started road shows. The Deputy Secretary Treasury, Mr. Chalap, has been at the forefront of moving around on the road shows to try and collect the 15%, which is about 405 million euros or $435 million, depending. So it is something that we are doing, and I think once we are successful, we may be moving in that direction. On the bankable and ready projects, I think we have that. We have been doing that under PAP and under the director budget. So those projects are there. We have a fund under NPA for feasibility studies so that we don't delay where those projects need the feasibility study. That is happening. There is something you talked about the assets, that how can we, are there our assets we can use to get more money? And I was thinking about the Entebbe Expressway. It is something that we can look at and see how we can leverage on it and leverage its income stream for us to be able to get funding for other projects. But we are also trying to look at that model and say, for example, if we want to finance the Bombo Expressway, Kampala Bombo Expressway, can't we have PPP with a road toll, and people will pay for that and the private sector finances it? So we are looking at those areas for investment. But thank you so much for those wonderful ideas you have brought us here. Now, I want to invite Mr. or Dr. Musa Luanga to give his remarks. Thank you. I think you've heard what has been talked about here, and being a researcher, you have evidence that you're going to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone. As Julius was presenting, it made me remember something I've always noted in my career. There are usually two kinds of finance managers, or they usually fall in two categories. You find category one where finance manager always emphasizing resource mobilization. Let's find more. Sorry. Now? Oh, sorry. Better? Yes. I'm trying to save on the energy. So you have a finance manager that emphasizes resource mobilization, regardless on how much, on what you spend it on. Every time a problem comes into a farm, it's like, we need more money. Then you sometimes have a finance manager who looks at cutting costs. Every time a farm has a problem, where do we cut the costs from? Now, if both go to the extremes, you usually have a dilemma. The one who focuses on resource mobilization as an emphasis usually forgets that some of the resources that are being invested are sometimes wasted or underutilized. On the other hand, the one who assumes that cost cutting is the solution sometimes overdoes it and then ends up either cutting the critical resources and therefore running the farm down. So what I'm trying to say is we need to find a balance based on the discussions that we've had on looking for revenue, but also spending it well. From the first discussion, I got around three points to look at. One was the micro paradox of investment efficiency. We see that the ICO is declining, showing us efficiency. That means we getting more from every unit of investment we're having. We're getting more output out of it. But then when you look at the data presented, you see that we have when you look at the project level data, we see all the other problems emerging. The absorption, the underperformances, and that gives you some bit of worry. Yes, you could have two reasons coming out of that. One, that the public investment management reforms are actually working. And through these reforms, for example, the domestic committee is actually selecting the right projects. And for that period, probably we've selected the right projects, huge enough, very good returns, and therefore it has offset the aggregate. Well, the small ones have underperformed individually, but the overall is good. However, on the other side, it could be that the reforms are actually not working, but the economic structure has changed. I think he alluded to that, whereby now we need less investment for higher returns. The structure has changed. Basically, you put in less, but you get more than before. I mean, that is something we have to look at and understand. Why are we having inefficiencies at the micro level while we see something improvement in efficiency at the macro level? The other is the political economy of project selection. From the data we've seen that 80% of the projects in the database go through the development committee process. What happens to the 20%? And what are the alternative channels that brings in the 20%. Well, this, and we also seen from the data that those that go through the development committee process do perform way better in absorption compared to those that come from outside. Now the question is, why do the 20% bypass the procedures? Is this through presidential directives? Is it ministerial carve-outs? Is it emergencies? Because not necessarily that not all objects can fit through the procedure, but 20% is actually huge given the performance differences. So my question is, how can we reduce? We might not eliminate, but how can we reduce the number of projects that actually go through the alternative? Otherwise, we might face a scenario where the alternative becomes the norm, and then we have more coming through the other side. Better still, we have to also look at how are those that go out through the alternative channels evaluated. The other point I got from the presentations, one is the donor financing paradox. I think this is, in a way, a surprise to most of us in the room. You would have assumed that the donor financed projects should have done better in terms of absorption, in terms of outcomes. As he put forward, they are better, they have technical assistance, they have a number of safeguards for them to perform better. However, we find that those financed by government really have way 80% absorption compared to 50%. That's really a big gap. Brings me to the idea of, are we having the good intentions, but are the good intentions from the safeguards from donors producing bad results? I think as the Director of Economic Affairs said, we need to strike a balance here and see how best we can sit down with the donors to streamline these procedures, so that find a balance so that we have both the donor and government projects both reaching the same level of efficiency. Yes, Julie has talked about tax evasion and illicit finance flows. There is also the other presentation that wasn't presented. I want to highlight one particular point out of that presentation. In that presentation that we didn't have, shows that between 2021 and 2025, URA was able to expand taxpayer registration from 1.78 million to 5.25 million. That's more than 195% increase. On the other hand, after that huge expansion in coming from taxpayer registration, only the top 1,000 taxpayers continue to pay or to contribute 75.7% of all taxes. While we can expand, because I'm trying to look at widening the tax base. Here we see a registration jumping up and no result at all. Widen the gap, the net, but did not increase the catch. How can we then be able to match registration with increases in taxes? I think the Director of Economic Affairs said it's time to implement. That's where we have to say, okay, even when you increase, which, because it's very good to increase taxpayer registration, and I think that should continue. However, this should be followed by enforcement. Also, we need to interrogate why are we having more taxpayers registered and then no change in more registered taxpayers, but less of paying taxpayers. Some of the reasons we know, although we need to interrogate this through statistics, some of the taxpayers are one-time registers. You want to register your car in your names, you get a TIN number, but that's it. You don't have to go back to pay any more taxes there. Two, a number of, and this I think should come from more coordination between the government agencies. If you're to register a farm in Uganda, well, yes, URBS, everything, registration is quite streamlined. Then you move to getting bank accounts. Of course, you'll be required to have a TIN number to get a bank account. Once you've registered and you have a TIN number, URA assumes you're a taxpayer. However, for some businesses, it might take you more than a year to get a license. So within that time, you're just a registered taxpayer who cannot pay taxes. So we need to have some of these things streamlined. If licensing bodies being able to issue out licenses. In the same, I want to conclude because I know this is a subject that needs a little bit more discussion from the audience, given that a lot has been touched. But there is a statement that I want to make today. The tenfold growth financing shortage. The only and the most investable signal Uganda can send to the pension funds that Julius has talked about, to the diaspora bonds, to the financiers of climate or climate financiers, and any other person we are likely to get money from, is to have relentlessly and visibly have a campaign of value for money. We must have a campaign for value for money of those already existing projects. If we let any shilling spent today and accounted for will be able to bring us a better image and therefore further financing. However, any shilling that is lost today will deter or increase our borrowing costs in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luanga. Good responses to the issues raised by the panelists. There's emphasized efficiency, preparedness of projects, prioritization of projects, use of PIMS process. There should be no bypass of these projects, better absorption of donor financing. Of course, donor financing have conditionalities. Sometimes the conditionalities many. One, to approve a procurement, there must be someone in the country office who first gives look at the things. Then he says we need to have a meeting. Then there is a meeting, and they say no. The country officer says no. Then you have to come back to them. You correct something, and after some time they say no again. So you have like no 3 times before they say, okay, let's send to headquarters for someone to look at. And then the headquarters also have the list of questions about whether this was done. So it goes on. And sometimes it frustrates the way we are doing these projects. Trying to improve these processes, we have argued about them so that they are more streamlined. But on the other side, they say it's easier to receive government money and pocket it than donor money. Sometimes you can get away. These days, I don't know which I will get away because we have Balam and Honorable Biamukama who are actually counting the shillings, but it's easier. The donor money, it's very difficult to eat it after all these processes. And when you eat it, it has to be refunded. It's very, very onerous. So those are some of the things. I now want to open it up for discussion. Some questions. I would entertain 3 or 4 questions for the panelists. Not for me, please don't ask me any question. But please be brief and precise and direct the questions to one of the panelists, even including Mr. Luanga. He will be able to answer. Yes, your name and institution.
Thank you for the floor. Protocol observed. The moderator, distinguished speaker, Dr. Kuch, and all government officials present and fellow participants. My name is Jimmy Uchanda, head of public sector at EcoBank, Uganda. And from where I sit, financing decisions are shaped daily by exactly the kind of absorptive concerns raised in your slides. This forum is about tapping into new affordable sources of investment finance, but your own framework, slide 6, titled The 6 Policy Directions to Improve Public Investment Efficiency, shows that Uganda's core constraint is not the cost of capital. It is absorptive, weak concerns, slow disbursements, and execution bottlenecks. If we secured cheaper financing today, without first fixing the raised points 2 to 6, wouldn't we simply be increasing the volume of capital sitting idle? In your view, does sequencing matter here? Should absorptive capacity reforms come before or at least alongside the search for new financing sources? I submit.
Thank you. Good question. Your neighbor. And then I'll come to you.
Thank you. Mine goes to Dr. Kuch and to the PSST director, although he was not on the panel. Yesterday, the PSST said that no country has ever borrowed its way into wealth. And it's true. Now, today, Dr. Kuch, and going forward, that we should reform donor disbursement architecture. And from when he said that, what came in my mind was sovereign guarantees. But I know the government of Uganda put a moratorium on them. So could he and the PSST maybe merge the two for us here? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, here and then we'll have the 3. Unfortunately, I don't know whether we are not receiving funding because the ladies do not participate. I've just seen only hands of gentlemen.
Thank you so much. My name is Raymond Baguma from Civil Aviation Authority in Entebbe. I'm going to begin by quoting the source of my literature I'm going to talk about. It is from Uganda Civil Aviation Authority Public Affairs Report of 2024-2025. And I'll talk about our performances. Then at the end, my question will go to Dr. Kuch. In financial year 2026-2027, the Ugandan government projected a 10.4% growth on oil and tourism. Now, my contribution as civil aviation is to double air traffic, triple the cargo, and make Entebbe hub a regional, I beg your pardon, and make Entebbe a regional hub connecting our ATM's product to global markets. We have expanded the airport, but still we have failed to hit the 3 million passengers annually. When we are to compare ourselves with our neighbors, most especially the giants of East Africa, Kenya, the Kenya counterparts, 2024 alone, Kenya registered an 8.6 million passengers annually. That is 2024. But us here in Uganda, we registered in 2024, we registered a 2.25 million passengers annually. And Kenya still in 2025, it registered, that is last year, it registered an 8.9 million passengers annually. Yet here, registered a 2.48 million passengers annually. Now, when you go to Rwanda, Kigali, it only registered only 1 million passengers. In 2024, 2025, it registered a 1.2 million passengers annually.
The question?
Now, my question is, since my commitment as civil aviation is to drive air connectivity, how are we, as the private sector, tourism, and the mineral players, jointly, how are we, as private sector, tourism, and all the mineral players going to fill those planes and the cargo holds in order to hit a target of 5 million passengers annually? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know whom it was directed to because they didn't mention that.
Dr.
Dr. Coach didn't mention that. Maybe PSST. I don't want to direct a question to my boss. You know, I'm very careful about that. Yes?
Thank you for the opportunity, Director. I'm Tibbs Orichiriza. I work with the Department of Microfinance Regulation in the Ministry. My question will go to Mr. Mukunda, and regards to yesterday, our PSST mentioned something, and it got me thinking that cities should not be made of human beings, but productive centers. In this city and its environs, we have non-productive assets. We have plazas that are unoccupied. We have people who buy plots of land, they fence them off, and maybe speculating that in the future they can sell at higher price. We have people who buy cars and they are only used for luxury purposes on weekends. We have people who buy chunks of land, say in Karamoja, and they get license for exploration, but they are not used. So I'm like, why can't we introduce a tax? What's your view, Mr. Mukunda, introducing a tax on non-productive assets that remain unproductive? Because, for instance, if
okay, no, the question is clear. Why don't we introduce a tax on idle land and on wealth Let me call it that. Because
Thank
if you
you.
have these assets, luxurious assets, jewelry, expensive cars, why don't we impose a tax on wealth
thank
or
you.
capital? Okay. Understood.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cyril Dupont. I'm a senior country economist at the World Bank Kampala office. So I very much agree with what's been said by our colleagues regarding the importance of domestic mobilization, improving spending efficiency, including in public investment management. My question relates more as to fiscal policy and as an instrument for growth. To come back to the theme of the conference, and in particular to how government spending can better support growth. So the World Bank, we just published a public finance review in which we show that a fiscal policy reform package can yield significant growth in terms of GDP being 8% higher in 10 years, creating over 3 million more and better jobs. And that entails quite a significant reprioritization of spending towards priority areas, the government's priority areas, but also human capital or public investment. So my question to the panelists, I mean, it's a general question to the panelists, is, in your view, what are the key types of sectors or spending items that the government should prioritize in the coming budgets, in the medium-term budget framework? Would it be in human capital, within the public investment management pipeline, the public investment pipeline, or in other sectors such as agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there's a hand there. I think that will be the last question.
Thank you, Director. My name is Francis Bazekuketa. I work with the TPD in the Ministry of Finance. My highlight goes to Dr. Kuch. Thank you for the presentation. When you look at slide 4, as you looked at the incremental capital output ratio, I feel the period that you considered when you're looking at the time series was too short to capture some of the variations. If you are looking at a 3-point or a 3-point period where you're having over 10 years, we feel some variations will be left out. For instance, the seasons, given the project timelines, some would start, others would fail, and then restart. So you find that in 3 years, you're probably leaving out a couple of variations, like the seasons, the trends, and the cyclic at the end of the day. And then number 2, when it came to the taxpayer expansion register, that 2.75, I guess, they might have contributed in a way of, let's say, filing a return and probably paying nothing. But when you look at the data matching, URA is able to know who they dealt with, who purchased from them, and then raise assessments. So me as the taxpayer may have filed a new return, but then I declare my client, who is a possible, or a liable taxpayer, to make some contribution. And then my contribution really is about the informal sector. As we expand, we need to make sure that we make it simple for the informal sector to understand government business. We may have to publicly sensitize them. Let's digitize. Let's make government tools simpler for the common man to understand, then easily contribute.
Thank you. I'll stop you there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My dear panelists, you have 2 minutes each to answer the questions. Thank you.
I think I'll go first because I seem to have the most questions. So there was a question from the gentleman from EcoBank on the sequencing issue. So should Uganda reform the PIM processes before looking at affordable finance, or do the opposite? So first look at what cheaper financing is available and then do the PIM processes. Now, if we operate in a perfect world where everything aligned perfectly, then it would make sense to first look for cheaper financing and then reform and then get to the reforms. But then what we see is a very constrained world where financing is in serious retreat. So given that condition, what can we do with the little that we have? So that's why I focus here on reforming the processes, while the government is busy looking for the affordable financing. So 2 years ago, I actually did the opposite. So I tried to address the financing bit before the efficiency. So it depends on how things are going, but I think the two can coexist without any frictions. There was a question on how to go about about reforming the donor financing architecture, and it was posed to me as well as the PSST. So I will defer that to the PSST. But I do believe that there's a dialogue that need to be had on how we can reduce the complications that come from these lengthy processes that come with donor financing. The gentleman from the civil aviation asked about what we could do to increase the traffic at Entebbe. By no means, I'm not an expert on this aviation stuff, but I do believe there's a role that the government can play in coming up with these enabling policies that could help with the situation. So having more or like better facilities at our key tourist sites could help. But I'll leave it to anyone from the Ministry of Tourism to actually answer that.
Thank you.
There was another question on the I-Core issue. Yes, it's a big statistical problem, and I did actually check the robustness of the shape of that graph when I use, say, 5 years moving average or 4 years moving average. It didn't change things much, right? And you're right. Some projects go beyond 3 years, so having just a 3-year moving average could cause some issues with that. So I did check the robustness, and it didn't change anything.
Thank you.
Yep. So if there are any further questions, maybe we can have a chat later on.
On the question of the numbers of passengers in your strategic plan, should you be asking us questions in your strategic plan? What was your basis for those numbers? I think you should have been telling us that. I know we can tell you what we are doing in tourism to increase the numbers of passengers that are going through the airport. But if it's in your strategic plan, you should have had the good basis for it. Julius.
This one is not working. Okay, it's working now. Yeah, quickly. I think for me, one answer is your tickets are very expensive. A ticket from Nairobi to Kenya is almost the same price as a ticket from, from Entebbe to Nairobi. It's almost the same price as a ticket from Entebbe to Dubai. And on a good day, you can actually get the same price. You can get the ticket from Entebbe to London. We need to see how we can reduce the cost of tickets, probably in the region. I think that can work. But I think there was a question around why shouldn't we tax unproductive assets? And I think I will just look at land. And I think this is one of the things where you find people are speculating. You get land, close it out, especially in the urban areas. I wouldn't mind about other areas, but in urban centers, really, it is holding down development. And I would agree if we could really begin to think about that, spur development. There was a question about World Bank about where should money go this financial year. I think from yesterday's presentations, Chair, on how long it don't take us to catch up with the rest of other countries. There is one thing that came back all the time, and it's about fundamentals. People are AI with their 10 years ahead of us, internet is running, but those countries, electricity distribution is almost 100%. So as long as we don't connect our homes everywhere, as long as we cannot connect our internet everywhere, those are some of the fundamentals I think we need to invest in. And I would be glad to see more resources in those particular areas. Electricity is very key. ICT, for example, infrastructure for internet is very key. And of course, human capital, skilling is also very key. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lwanga, you have something to say?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll look at the question on taxing luxuries. In government, there is what you call lifestyle audits. In the private sector, that doesn't exist. However, it's not so much of taxing that big car, because that is going to pay tax. And my question is, if I bought a 1 billion shillings worth car, did I pay tax on that income before I gained that much to buy that car? I think URA needs to have its databases moving across. If one taxpayer paying for an expensive car, red flags should come up and say, in which sector is this taxpayer? And is he actually paying tax? Because some of these land and expensive objects that you see is a form of illicit financial flows. Sometimes investments in land is a way of hiding or moving some monies that have avoided tax payment. So my idea would be, if I buy land worth 3 billion shillings, I should then be able to have a red flag on my tax identification number and the firms I'm linked to show that I've actually paid tax on some of the activities other than just that one transaction to URI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lwanga. Recently, I bought land for 15 million shillings. I registered it, paid stamp duty. After it was transferred in my name, URA sent me a message that I should go to their offices and explain the source of financing. So they are doing exactly that. Thank you. PS, you wanted to respond?
No.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I think the session has come to an end. It was on tapping into new sources of affordable investment finance and improving returns to investment. On tapping into new sources, I think you've heard on the domestic revenue side, we need to do better, both in policy and administration. I think this has been emphasized from yesterday. Alternative sources of financing, which are cheap. How can we leverage on the money we are getting to use it to attract more money? Instead of borrowing, let's say if we are borrowing $100 million, how can we leverage on that to have 500 million from the 100 million we have borrowed? How are we going to use Sukuk? How do we use our assets that we have as security for for attracting more money. So that was all mentioned. And I think the rapporteurs have captured the recommendations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the panelists. And yes, Presenter Mr. Musa, you were the discussant. And all of you have contributed. Thank you.
Can we appreciate our chair and the panel? Big round of applause. Director, you can join them for a photo. Cameraman, this is very important. And this is part of what we've been doing, the culture at the Growth Forum. But the culture of making sure it's gender insensitive is also a problem. Maris, that you come and try and make this one. Director, please come. Come and make this better. It looks terrible, especially on social media. They're going to say, you see, the men who are running the Ministry of Finance are not considerate of the women in government. So in the middle, Maris, yeah. So that it looks nice. Yeah. This looks better, much better, much better. Thank you, Director, for allowing. Can we appreciate the panel one more time, ladies and gentlemen? I want to thank the session chair. If you have the program for today, we are adjusting the time because clearly whoever was running our program time on the schedule has a problem with their math, yeah? And I'm surprised it's from the ministry. So the keynote should have been 10, but clearly it should have said 10:45. All right, so we have adjusted that. Shortly, I'll invite our session chair to handle this first part, which is our keynote address. And thereafter, the same session chair will continue with the next session, which is our panel on voices of the private sector, all right? So as I do that, I wanted to mention a couple of things. One, the coffee break may not happen, but as and when you feel like there is a need for sugar, you can see the PSST. I have sorted the bosses, yeah? Now that I have sorted the bosses, I really don't care about you, but the coffee is available. The coffee is available. But you will miss the keynote if you walk out now. And so that's unfair on your part. So I want to invite Dr. Jonathan Lip, our Executive Director at the IGC, to come and manage this session. He'll manage both the keynote bit and the next session. And the only time he'll hand over to us is for the closing ceremony. So over to you, Jonathan. It's between you and the closing ceremony, Doctor.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here and to be chairing both this and the next sessions. I think we've had a wide range of interventions now that have really focused primarily on the role of government, the challenges government faces, and issues that need to be taken into account in shaping the policy going forward. But we haven't spent very much time talking about the private sector, which is the PSST started off the conference by reminding us is the driver of growth. It is, of course, the private sector that will deliver the tenfold growth that Uganda has focused on as the heart of its strategy. So both this session and the next session are really addressing that question. So what is it that we need to drive much higher rates of private sector growth? We'll start in this session with our keynote address and move on to the next session, which, as the MC has said, will have a number of distinguished practitioners from the private sector in a Davos-style conversation. Professor Christopher Woodruff is a professor of development economics at Oxford. Most importantly, from my perspective, he's the member of the steering group of the International Growth Center. He is a leading expert on enterprises in developing countries, pioneered the use of field experiments to understand enterprise dynamics. In his own work, spans measuring returns to capital investments on micro enterprises, the effects of formal business registration, using business plan competitions, something we heard about yesterday, to identify high growth small enterprises, and a range of other interventions. He's always had a very strong interest in policy and other interventions that can support small enterprise. He's led a very influential research program around private enterprise development in low-income countries, PEDAL, funded by the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, and is also a non-executive director of British International Investment, which, as you may know, is the UK development finance institutions. He has fellowships at CEPR and BER. I won't give you all the acronyms and what they mean, but it's impressive. BRED, CAGE, and IZA, and is on the editorial boards of numerous journals as well. So it's a great pleasure to welcome Chris to deliver the keynote today.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you all for being here and for the chance to talk to you. I think I have some slides coming up, but let me, before as they come onto the screen, let me say that I want to give a very brief set of remarks, but I'm going to try to cover quite a broad area when we think about the types of firms that make up the private sector, and my purpose is really to put some issues on the table. It's not to resolve anything, but to put some issues out for discussion. Happy to follow up in Q&A. Happy to follow up after the conference. And let me see, how does that? Is there a clicker? Is it this? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the point, as I said, I'm going to say something about all of the firms, and we can think about a pyramid of firms starting at the base with micro enterprises. We often talk about when people say SMEs, often they mean MSMEs. The first thing they'll talk about is street vendors and other micro enterprises. I want to separate these firms, and I'm going to separate them into 4 groups and try to make 1 or 2 points about each of the groups. Micro enterprises, own account workers, and so forth. Stability entrepreneurs are small scale, small and growing businesses, established SMEs, and then firms that are more innovative, that lead into venture capital. And I'm going to focus mainly on financing needs. I'm going to start with 2 points about markets that these firms operate in. And in particular, to try to frame how we think about this and how the private sector and firms, how we should be thinking about this in terms of the tenfold growth strategy. We often hear people talk about the interest is in creating jobs, and there's an obvious reason for the interest in creating jobs. We need the economy needs to create jobs. Most of the interventions we do, most of the policy aimed at small and micro enterprises, in the first instance, is really about productivity and not about jobs. And I think we want to think about use a lens of productivity to think about how we think about the private sector. So I'm going to indulge with the sort of economics tools of supply and demand, and think about. I'll show this, and then I'll give an example, a story that I think kind of illustrates what I have in mind with this. When firms operate in local markets, the local markets have a downward sloping demand curve. There's only so much demand out there. And when we intervene whether it's in microfinance and providing capital, whether it's providing training, in other ways to make micro enterprises more efficient, or small scale enterprises more efficient, what we're really doing is shifting down the cost curve. We're shifting out the supply curve. We're making firms more efficient. We're increasing productivity. When we have a downward sloping demand curve like this, that shows up not so much in quantities and jobs. It shows up in consumer welfare and productivity. So here's two slides
I think, a very nice example of this from work by Rob Jensen and Nolan Miller in India. So the setup here is the fishing industry along the coast of Kerala. And you can imagine that each of the villages along the coast of Kerala has a small fishing fleet. The fishermen go out, they have catch, they have to sell the catch. Prior to 2000, prior to the introduction of mobile phones, those fishermen had a choice to make. They said, I could go to my village or I could go to a different village, but I have to end up back in my village. And I have no idea what the prices are up and down the coast. So I might as well go back to my village. So the fishermen went out, they fished, they came back and sold fish in the local markets. That led to a situation where sometimes there was big supply in some markets and not in others, and we had big price dispersion across the coast. Mobile phones come in, and fishermen are able now, when they're out at sea, to call different markets and find out what the price is. And they start selling in different markets. That leads to big gains for consumers along the coast and for the fishermen, but it leads to something else as well. The fishermen learn about boat builders in villages all up and down the coast. So every 5 years, I need a new boat. I've always only had experience with the boat builder in my village. Now I learn about boat builders all up and down the coast. So the right-hand graph here shows what happens, what's the share of fishermen who buy boats from their own village. Used to be 100% because I didn't know about anybody else. Now I'm selling fish other places, and I learn that somebody in a different village is much more efficient. They're producing much better boats, and so I start buying boats in those villages. What's that do? It leads to allocative efficiency. The firms that are in that are not very productive lose business. Their fishermen start going to other villages. The firms that are more productive gain business. So that's the upper left-hand graph. We see the firms that were inefficient prior to this technological change, the advent of mobile phones, go out of business, and the firms that were more efficient stay in business and grow. So the right-hand graph shows as they grow, they increase the number of employees and they begin to specialize labor. That specialized labor leads to productive efficiency within the firms. Each of these firms becomes more productive. So we gain in productivity from this intervention, both because we shift output to more productive firms and because we make every firm more efficient. Allocative efficiency and productive efficiency. We don't, as it turns out, increase the number of jobs because there are only so many boats that need to be sold, and those boats are now being built by one set of producers rather than another. But we've gained a lot for the economy. We've gained productive efficiency. And let me say, productivity accumulates across the value chain. If my suppliers are more productive, I'm more productive. And if I'm more productive, my customers are more productive. So this is not something that we're going to say, well, too bad we don't get jobs. It's something to say, it's great that we're generating productivity from these interventions. So I want that to kind of be how we think about framing. And now I'm going to say, well, two other points quickly on this. When we think about export markets, of course, the jobs we're displacing, the demand we're displacing, isn't in Uganda, it's someplace else. So there we do see maybe jobs going up as we're exporting. And the second thing is when we think about innovation and more innovative firms, and we're going to come to that as we go up the pyramid. Innovation tends to increase as we go up the pyramid. When we think about innovation, we think about developing new products and new markets. And we can think about that as shifting demand out. At the same time, we're making firms more efficient and more productively efficient. And again, that may lead to actual growth and growth in the number of jobs. Okay, so let me, with that in mind, step back to the pyramid and go through very quickly for groups of firms as we go up. And as I said, I think we want to think about, certainly we think the size of firms grows as we go up this pyramid. The innovation in the firms grows as we go up in the pyramid. The size of the market the firms sell into tends to go up as we go up up the pyramid, and so forth. We have massive amounts of research on microenterprises. We know quite a lot about microenterprises. We have much less research as we go up the pyramid. If I were to do the research pyramid, it would look like a big flat bar at the bottom and then a pole going up where we have some, but not enough and not very much as we go up. So some of this will be a bit more speculative. So that research at the bottom gives us some is going to give me 2 points to make pretty clearly. The first one I've already made. Let's not think about job creation. Let's think about productivity and income generation, livelihoods, and then the second one I'll make in a second. At the top, I think we have a roadmap. There are countries who have established policies to create venture capital markets and high growth innovation markets. That roadmap is out there. In the middle, with small and growing businesses and established SMEs in particular, I think we need more experimentation. We obviously banks will play a big role, but for reasons that we'll talk about, banks won't typically solve the whole problem with finance in these fast growing firms, and we need to think about innovation in products in that space. Okay, so microenterprises, typically more than 50% of employment. It's everywhere. We want to think rather than about job creation, we want to think about consumption smoothing, helping firms gain income, and then we want to ask, one of the things that's become quite popular in recent years is small grants to enterprises, grants to support Give Directly and other people like that. This is just a word cloud when we think these won't be surprising. Small, informal, self-employed, micro, so forth. These are things that when we talk about SMEs, that's where they are. This is a graph, and I want to spend a minute on this, from a paper that I've written with Aditi Mahon for FCDO to help them think about SME promotion programs and how they should be thinking about that. And this is a cost effectiveness graph where there's too much here for me to go through, but I want to focus on one point that from this, and happy to point you to the publication which is available for more details. We benchmark everything here against cash grants because we have a lot of information about the effect of cash grants. So cash grants are the line in the middle. Across the bottom is how is the cost effectiveness of various interventions, and the vertical axis is the weight of the evidence, how much we know about that particular intervention. So benchmarked against cash grants, how do we think about microcredit or small SME, small scale lending? Well, on the surface in research, it looks like cash grants outperform loans. But one of the points we want to make, we make in this graph is it's not really an apples to apples comparison. It's not a fair comparison. When I give you a grant, two things. One, you don't have to pay it back. That means that your consumption can go up right away. Your investment can go up right away. It also means I don't get to do anything in the future because you've got the grant, I don't get anything back. When I give you a loan and then go ask you how much did consumption go up, well, these businesses don't do sort of formal accounting. They use a cash flow basis of accounting. So when they're paying back the loan, they think of that as an expense, even the capital part of the loan. And so they're paying back the capital loan. Of course, there's not as much investment, there's not as much consumption increase because they're paying back the loan. But I get the loan back and I get to invest it again. And so the shift where you see the line there is to say, when we look at the data, it looks like loans don't do as well as grants. Once we take into account that I get a substantial part of that capital back, even in subsidized, research programs, I get a substantial part of that capital back and I can reinvest it. The loans actually outperform the grants. So I think, cash grants will certainly have their place, but we want to sort of think what we really want to do when we reach these micro enterprises is think about microfinance. The other point to make from this is, a smaller number of studies, but we see massively higher effects when microfinance is more flexible, when it allows firms to either have a lag of a couple of periods before they start payments, or it allows them at some point during the repayment process to say, you know what, time out, I'm going to keep my payment this time, reinvest it in working capital and other things, and then I'll start repaying again. And we see evidence that this flexibility changes the nature of investments that the microenterprises make and makes them much more effective. Now we need more evidence on that. We certainly need more take-up. We need more the practitioners. We need to have more of a dialogue with the practitioners to understand why they're not taking up that evidence, why we're not seeing big changes in that, but flexibility in microfinance. Okay, so the next group, small firms, stable, and small firms growing. On the stable side, I'm just going to point to one thing, which is some very nice work from the Financial Access Initiative at NYU that they call the Small Firm Diaries, where they've collected very high frequency weekly data from firms. And what they find from that is the thing that really drives these firms is variability in demand. So there are times in the year when they're losing money. And so stability entrepreneurs, ones who want to just maintain themselves, need working capital. They need to be able to bridge these windows of time where they they need to be able to bridge these periods where demand is low. When we get to SGBs, faster growing firms that have more aspiration to grow but are still quite small, I think this is one of the places where, from a capital markets perspective, we face the biggest challenges. We've learned very well with microfinance how to bootstrap up relationships between lenders and borrowers. So I lend you $50, you pay me back. I lend you $60, you pay me back. I lend you $75. I have a dynamic incentive that's encouraging you to repay the loan so that you can get a slightly bigger amount the next time. That works for microenterprises that want to grow quite slowly. For somebody who really wants to grow fast, it's going to take a long time to get to a substantial loan. So we need loan products that allow me to jump from $100 to $5,000 right away. And that's a harder ask. There are some interesting models out there. They including some here in Uganda, Shona Capital, Anua Capital, that are working in this space. There's something to learn about that, and there's a need for kind of thinking about how we improve that. There's a big demand here for local currency loans, so this all has to be done with local currency. I'll come back to that in a second. On established MSEs, don't worry. On established medium enterprises, I'm now going to go away from small. I'm going to think about bigger enterprises. The third group that need loans of, let's say, between $250 and $5 million. First point to make here is research sort of says when we think about the difference, this is research from Colombia, from the country of Colombia, that compares Colombia with the US. Happens to be a place where there's very good data to do this across the whole spectrum of firms. But I think the point that's made here would be relevant for lots of other low and lower middle income countries. And it's that if you compare the dynamics of firms in Colombia with the dynamics of firms in the US, across a lot of the distribution of firms, they look pretty similar. When you get to the differences in the 90th percentile, in the really fast-growing firms in the US, they grow much faster than the fast-growing firms in Colombia. And this is a function of, partly a function of capital markets, being able to get them capital quickly. I don't need to bootstrap you up. I can get you a lot of money early on with this. And then we also see at the bottom end more exit from lower productive firms in the US than we see in Colombia. So this is for these types of firms. I think I have a slide here. Yeah. So I'm going to put in a plug for a platform that British International Investment has started now first in Ghana and Zambia. This is a picture from Zambia called the Growth Investment Partners platform. It's a fund that's providing flexible quasi-equity, quasi-debt finance to firms in this space. Investments of between $500,000 and $5 million with either flexible interest rates or with a royalty kicker. So an interest rate, but then a royalty payment as well that allows the interest rate to be much lower. It's a fund so it can afford to offer longer tenor than banks typically offer. You know, I like this picture from Zambia because in the foreground there's a bridge, which is kind of, in a sense, maybe that's what this fund is trying to do, is bridge this gap. And it looks all very calm. In the background, it's sort of chaos. These are hard to do. This is not easy. I mean, I think BI has started this experimenting in a couple of countries to see. It took 5 years to get this off the ground. It started very slowly, even when it got off the ground. So there's a lot of work in trying to think about how we develop these innovative financial products that are going to reach these firms. Why does it matter? Well, let me go into the venture-backed firms where, you know, the word cloud is going to say equity, networks, risk capital. We're thinking about really kind of how we get firms not just capital, but human capital. And one of the things with venture capital is the capital comes bundled with advice, a seat on the board, typically run by people who have themselves started and founded businesses, angel investors, or more serial venture capitalists. They have experience, and they have that knowledge is incredibly important in the process. So there's a nice theoretical article by Thomas Hellman, a colleague of mine, and a co-author about building angel communities that says, you know, I'm gonna show you some things here. I'll come back to that article about building angel communities in a minute. First thing to say, this was a graph that Anna put up yesterday as well, a version of the graph she put up yesterday. Uganda doesn't do so badly relative to the rest of sub-Saharan Africa in terms of venture capital. You know, you can see the size of the circle around Kampala representing the size of the venture capital sector in the number of startups funded by PitchBook and Brighter Bridges is where the data comes from, but number of startups funded. Second thing to say is, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, I left Europe on here on purpose. I didn't put the US on, which would be even bigger, but you know, there's a long ways to go yet. So there's progress, there's some promise, and there are things to work with, but there's a long ways to go. The capital is almost all foreign at this point. This is the share. The top line is countries in sub-Saharan Africa, countries in Africa. 80% of the capital comes from overseas. That's That's not atypical across the world. The right-hand graph shows you the scatter plot of the share of foreign capital and venture capital by income level. The other thing to point out here, and I think this is true even when we go back to the established SMEs and to the SGBs, the small and growing businesses, the businesses with aspirations, education levels of the founders very high. This graph across the bottom has the average education level in the country, and on the vertical axis, the average education level of individuals who receive venture capital. And what you see is, regardless of the education level of the country, whether it's Malawi or Switzerland, the people who get venture capital have university degrees. And if we go back even to the SGBs and the established SMEs, it's a highly educated group. And the last thing to say, and again, Anna mentioned this yesterday, but is to say, on the one hand, it's true that startups founders want equity, but not really. Because if you look at this graph, at the whole graph, they want equity, they want a large amount of equity, but no thanks on the board seat. I want to keep control of everything myself. Well, of course, that doesn't quite go together, but it does point to the fact that they need risk sharing. They can't afford to take all the risks themselves. We need to figure out ways for them to have risk sharing without necessarily giving up control of the company, or we need to change the mentality to say, look, if you're going to do this, you need to do this with an understanding that you're going to give up some control, and that person who joins the board, as I said before, often will be an experienced entrepreneur, will provide you human capital as well. On angel investing, the paper that Thomas Hellman and co-author have is interesting in the sense that it says, look, you have to start somewhere. Where do angels come from? They come from successful exits of, successful companies. But before you have successful exits and successful companies, you have to somehow build both the financial capital of venture capital and the human capital of that. So one place that I would point you to look at, a model that I would point you to look at, and again, Adam mentioned this yesterday, India's fund of funds and the creation of angel investment funds in particular as a category of alternative investment funds in India. One of the things India did when they started this in 2016, they committed, first of all, $1.5 billion. They committed. They didn't ever actually spend that much. It was spent very slowly over time. They committed $1.5 billion. They required a one-to-one match with local funds, with local fund managers. So these funds are going to not be run by the government. They're going to be run by private equity or venture capital investors. And they limited who could invest in those funds from the private sector side. They wanted to make sure that they were getting human capital and not just high-risk capital. So they limited it to people who had executive experience in firms or had startup experience, perhaps outside of India, perhaps inside India, but so quite successful. It's led to investments in about 150 funds, about 1,200 startups. The best indication of success, because they haven't really released data on the returns on these, is that they've re-upped in 2026. They've started another fund. I think when you talk to people in India, they think this has actually worked pretty well, and it's helped to develop. It's one of the things that's helped to develop the angel finance sector in particular in India. One point on this, the Hellman article sort of says, look, you have a choice when you're doing this. Do you subsidize the founders, or do you subsidize the investors? And their take is better to subsidize the investors. That creates a big supply of capital. That leaves the founders in a better bargaining position. It leaves the founders with a larger share of the firms, and then it leads them, when they exit, to having more wealth to be able to step in as venture capitalists. Okay, so let me just sum up, and I'll skip this. The points on micro enterprises: livelihoods, not job creation; loans, not grants; loans, especially with innovation; working capital needs for the SGBs and stability entrepreneurs; and capital for growth. Partly may come from banks, but a lot of it will come from specialized lenders, given the nature of the firms. Establish SMEs, risk sharing, local currency, and capital for growth, and then local capital for venture capital and funds of funds models. A few closing thoughts: localize everything. This is, we need to somehow get away from the model where it's all foreign capital that comes in. We need more local capital. That includes things like pension funds and so forth that can invest locally. Second point: there's more innovation at the top of that pyramid, but we need things for the real economy as well. Venture capital tends to focus on things that can scale 10 to 1, 100 to 1, that are going to be explosive unicorn kinds of things. We need that group in the middle that's really sort of providing the real economy. They may not have that 100 to 1 potential. So that means digitizing everything. That's accounting standards, financial records, credit records, so forth, credit bureau. There's work from 30 years ago by Raghu Rajan and Luigi Zingales that shows across countries that have better accounting standards, have better developed financial markets, have higher growth in sectors that require more finance. So accounting standards, regulations on that, crucially important. Finally, there's a wall of philanthropic capital coming from Silicon Valley and other investors. We need to figure out ways to, a lot of that, the interest there is in things like give directly, cash grants, and so forth. My belief is there's a lot more leverage in trying to develop these financial markets and these financial products that will serve SMEs. We need to think about ways to try to tap into some of that philanthropic capital to help develop some of the models that are very hard for this, especially for the middle sector. And finally, a plug for a workshop that PEDAL, the program Jonathan mentioned that I run, and British International Investment will do on the 18th of September, so in a few weeks. There's an online registration for it. It's available online. If you search for Research and Practice Conference, the startup ecosystem in Africa and Asia, you'll see that. So that I'll stop there. That's it. Wait, I will leave you with this graph. This is the inspirational graph. This is the Skype network from Estonia. I've been working with EBRD on their transition report this year, and one of the things you see if you look at startups across the EBRD countries is Estonia is literally off the charts in terms of, and a lot of that comes from a single company. It can be traced to a single company, Skype, which was sold to Microsoft for $8 billion, couple 20 years ago. And this is a cloud of all the companies that were founded by people who came out of that. So it's to say, optimistically, it takes one really good start, and that generates a lot. This is the angel network in practice, right? When you see this is people who have come out of a successful startup and then themselves become angel investors and investors in other startups. So that's, I'll leave you with that, and thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Chris. I'd like to ask you to give another appreciation for this talk. I want now to open up to you to floor for questions, but before that, I just wanted to welcome the Minister of State for General Duties, who's just joined us. So Chris has raised a range of questions, sort of deepening our discussion about the role of the private sector, and in particular the role of finance and the different forms of finance that may be needed at different levels of private sector development, different sizes of firms. So floor is open for questions. Anyone? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Professor, for your wonderful presentation. My name is Peter from DFCU Bank. Yes, the role of the private sector cannot be, understated. But what I wanted to bring to your attention is that within Uganda, the new businesses that start up, they don't, 66% will not see their first birthday. And the figure goes up to 80% by the third year. So what would be your recommendations? How do we get out of this repetitive cycle? We improve productivity, we produce more, the prices go down, like you illustrated on the demand. As the supply goes out, yes, the prices come down, but then the next cycle, people are discouraged, they do not produce. So we keep on the same cycle and businesses start and collapse. What would be your recommendations? I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this gentleman here in the.
Thank you so much, Professor Woodruff. And thank you for the presentation. I think it captured very well the key role that attracting investment from Asian investors would play in catalyzing the growth of the private sector. My question to you is that one of the constraints that we would see for investors in the economy or in small businesses is the exit strategies. So if you're an angel investor from either local, international, you want to exit the market after putting your investment in the small or the SMEs or the early startups, you'd like to be able to exit your investment. What interventions would you advise for the government to make that particular process more robust, more to facilitate the expansion of maybe the local capital markets industry or something, local capital markets or something like that, so that it makes it a little bit easier for us to attract and also exit those investments when we need to. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Why don't we turn over to Chris to take those two, and then I'll come back for more questions.
Yeah, it's on. Okay. So two great questions. I'm not sure I heard the percentage. 6 or 60 that you said don't reach the first birthday?
66%.
66. Okay. So two comments about that. One is I could give a flippant response to say that's great. What we want to see is lots of people trying, and we want to see quick failure that where it doesn't work, so that we part of what I showed in Colombia is not only faster growth among the really high growing firms, but faster exit among the low growing firms. So I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. That said, and let me say, death rates in small firms are high every place. Maybe not quite that high, but they're high every place. That said, I didn't say anything today about the supply side of entrepreneurs, and partly that's because in a half hour you can't cover everything. So I think there's also there are successful examples out there of incubators and accelerators that are and investment readiness programs. We've worked through IGC with a evaluating project by Stanbeck here. That's an accelerator program. Another project we funded here is working with MUCA Access on investment readiness and then matching people to banks and so forth. There's work to be done on that side as well. I think when those models work, they work really well. We see lots of examples of that in research. Research has a positive bias. We tend to publish the things that work, and we tend not to publish the things where they don't work. I think if you look across that sector, my sense is a lot of heterogeneity. There are lots of providers out there, accelerator programs and things like that really are not very effective. We need to figure out how to make that market more competitive. Partly that comes from a donor mentality rather than an investor mentality. If I look at somebody like Antler or Y Combinator and a higher level, those guys are running programs, and those programs take, you're with me for 6 months, I'm going to give you a lot, but I'm also going to take 10% of your company. And that gives me a much stronger incentive to try to pick the people who are really going to going to succeed. So I think, you know, the supply side of this and how we think about who the you know, I think I didn't mention it, but one of those slides said selection, selection, selection. As I go up this, getting that selection right, who are the people who I want to enter this funnel is much more important. There's some work out there on that. We know something about it, but we need to know more about it. Exit strategy, great question. Always a question in these things. I think there's a fund that I talk to quite a lot in Kenya that I find very interesting because they make investments not only in the tech-enabled tech kinds of companies, but also in some local economy companies. And as I said, I think that's hugely important. Productivity in the non-tech sector, in the local economy, is also hugely important. And it's in some ways a tougher nut to crack. It's a harder thing to get to. I asked them, how are they going to get exit from these, because they're not going to be things that really boom and get bought out, and they're waiting for you know, oh, careful how I say this. They're waiting for the bigger investor to come along later and buy them out, basically. So that's the exit strategy. That might work for a while. We're gonna have to figure that out. The companies that have really grown quickly and become unicorns have exited either by being bought out by one of the big tech companies, or by IPOing in typically in London or in the US. I think it's a long game, but developing a local securities market that would allow companies to exit locally is important to think about. It's probably not going to be the solution in the next 5 years or the next 10 years, but it's important to begin to think about that in the longer run. For now, we're I think at a nascent enough sector where, yes, exits are an issue. They're a bigger issue in lower income countries than they are in Europe and the US, but where if companies are interesting, there are enough buyers out there for the companies. You may not get as much as you would hope to get, but you get something out of an exit from buyouts, basically, from larger companies.
Great, thanks, Chris. More questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, for the presentation you gave us. It was very insightful. The insights I picked from where I come from. My name is Francis Kisirinya. I come from Uganda Agribusiness Alliance. For us, as the private sector to contribute, the two things that I picked from you was that we must be seeing reduced cost of doing business. But then secondly, as the private sector, we must export more and export value-added products. I would like you to guide us and help us appreciate. We do have a big contradiction within the agribusiness sector. We would like to do lots and lots of value-added products and export them. But we have a contradiction that when you sell or when you export the unprocessed products, sometimes they give you more money, and the farmers prefer more money from their produce than selling to the value-added product company, which actually gives them little. So how do we resolve that kind of contradiction as a country? Because what happens actually in the end is that one of the two gets affected. If I'm adding value and I'm not getting enough raw materials to process, I'm not going to make it, so I'll go out. All right. At the same time, if I say, okay, we don't have to export the raw materials and processed, then the farmers are saying, but we're investing our money, and you're not letting us to sell at the price that makes sense to us. How do we resolve that kind of?
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks. Right. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the presentation. In one of the slides, you mentioned that we need to localize everything. In your perspective, how do we incentivize the local investors to have interest in the startups and they're able to invest in these startups? And also from your presentation and comparing us with different countries, do they have listing of these startups that can be supported? Because in Uganda, maybe you may not have a consolidated listing. You don't know who is a startup. We have a startup policy that is being formulated under Ministry of Trade, but how will they be able to identify the startups that we have around different regions? And also, Uganda is listed among, it is number 8, listed among the fastest growing economy. We are number 8 in Africa. So from your position, how can government support the startups to attract more venture capital and angel investors into Uganda? Sometimes when you visit some continents, some people even think Africa is one country. They don't even know there's Uganda, there's Kenya, there's Rwanda. How do we position our startups to attract more angel investors and capital and the venture capital in our country? Thank you.
Okay, just one more question, then we'll hand over to Chris, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. By way of introduction, my name is Michael Jingo. I head commercial banking at Centenary Bank. I have 2 questions and I will be very brief. What will it take for us as a country to move from financing individual businesses? We see this in a PDM, we see this in many of the government ventures, to financing the entire value chain and ecosystems, so that growth in one sector systematically creates markets, jobs, and investment opportunities across others. That is the first question. The second one is in regard to where government is focusing. We know it focuses on the ATMs and the key sectors that I wouldn't want to touch now. But I would want to ask a question. Does government, or can we deliver the greatest economic multiplier and have a deliberate policy that touches the infrastructure, the private capital interventions that will put these key sectors and the value chain that we are targeting to achieve that scale and global competitiveness, where we would want to see a private sector-led growth?
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chris.
Okay, let me try and take. So thanks for the questions. All really interesting and insightful. On exports, if I understood the question correctly, of you get more from exporting the raw materials than you get from exporting the processed materials. The increase is not enough to pay for the processing. I think in a way, and again, first of all, this is going to be very context specific across different sectors. So some of the work that IGC is supporting in the coffee sector here is really thinking hard about incentives down the value chain for quality and for producing higher quality coffee. That higher quality coffee has a higher return on international markets, and you know, in any market in any place, there are challenges as I go from supplier to buyer to supplier to buyer as supplier to, you know, all the way down the chain. That has to be the quality incentives have to be maintained. So some of it is that, but I think the broader point I'd make on that is the point I'm making about trying to make about the private sector within Uganda. When we think about productivity, we want to think not just about exports. We need to think about how productive is the domestic sector, because the more productive that processing is, the more likely it is that you'll get a return on international markets. Certainly, international markets pay for quality, and where the processing is high quality and the processing is efficient, I, I'm convinced the returns will be there for that, but those are both big challenges. On startup, I can't read my own writing. Oh, incentivizing local investors and startups. First of all, I agree with you that people often say Africa without thinking about lots of different countries and so forth. I don't think the local investors have that problem. I think the Ugandans will know this is Uganda and not Africa, right? So if we really think about the local investors, I think it's a combination of policies. So again, to give one example, when BI launched together with Swedfund the growth investment partners in Zambia, we worked with the government to change the law so that pensions were able to invest in that platform, and we got a pension investment as a founding investment in the growth investment partners there in Zambia. I think sometimes it's changes in laws and regulations that are needed to allow. It's also incumbent on us as developers of financial products to develop funds that are tied to the local economy and tied to the growth of the local economy, but diversified enough that it's relatively safer for pension funds. I think the products aren't out there in all cases yet, and so those products need to develop. But those two things have to come hand in hand. You're not going to get people to spend time developing the products until you have the regulations and the push from the government. I mean, there is some work out there that says, sometimes governments have policies that say pension funds can invest up to 10%. Maybe it's better to say they have to invest at least 5%. You need something that pushes them into these investments, because everybody's risk averse when they're managing somebody else's money. And so there's a tendency not to do that. So I think it's a combination of the regulatory side and the product development side, but those two things have to work together. Yeah. Right. So, and then on the last one, I'm just going to say, I think a lot of it is regulation and standards. That what can the government do? The government can create a playing field that's transparent and understandable, and where information is available quickly and it's reliable. And I think that regulatory structure and this in some ways goes back to some of what Shah was saying yesterday with AI can help this, right? You can create these platforms and information systems, and that's going to be a key in getting these markets to work better. So I'll stop there. Thank you all for the questions.
We'd like to now move swiftly on to the next panel, which, as you know from the program, is Voices of the Private Sector. What does Ugandan business have to do to achieve the tenfold transformation? And how can government help? So I'd like now to invite to the stage all of the panelists. And with their permission, I will restrict myself to rather brief introductions, because the bios are in your programs. You can read in more detail. A very distinguished panel, and a panel that represents the ATM that we've talked about as being at the heart of the tenfold strategy. So let me invite first Mr. Humphrey Asimwe. Mr. Asimwe is the CEO of the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. Welcome. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Maurice Barigye. He is the CEO of Nexus Green, a green energy company. Mr. Bonnie Kagaba, who is the co-founder of Likani Safaris. And Mr. Amos Tindaibwe, who is the MD of Fresh Cuts. Right. And then finally, as our discussant, Mr. Patrick Chilap, Deputy. Amos is next to him, and then Patrick, and then this one is. So this one is up here. That's right. Okay, fine. Great. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming up. So the purpose of this session is to really have a more Davos-style interactive discussion. So I'd ask each of you to keep your answers quite concise so that we can cover quite a bit of ground, and then open it up also to the audience to ask their questions. But let me kick off this with a number of questions. At the very beginning, the PSST emphasized that the priority now is to move from strategy to implementation. From your experience running businesses, what are the one or two things that most often prevent good government policy from translating into higher investment and productivity on the ground? And what would you change? So what's working, what doesn't work, and where it doesn't work, why is it not working? Just give us one or two things that prove obstacles to effective implementation. We start here, with you, Mr. Simwe.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Humphrey Asimwe from the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. The Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals is a private sector body that brings together players in energy, oil and gas and mining. And we've been doing this since the year 2000. Very interesting question. And I'm glad we're having this kind of conversation, private sector, civil society, government, financials, and everybody in the room. I think some of the things that stop us from moving from strategy to implementation is a lack of clear information. We do not know exactly what needs to be done in a particular sector. I come from the mining sector. I'm a geologist myself. And I come from the chamber. And like I said, we are in oil and gas, mining and energy. And there are key things that I believe need to happen in this sector if we are to move from simply having ATMS as a very nice slogan to implementation on the ground. Uganda is very rich in minerals, 58 known minerals in this country, 27 of them commercially viable. But one of the things that needs to happen is we need to list and prioritize key minerals. We cannot do everything. We cannot go through all the 58 minerals, but we should be able to say that this is our list of top 10, and this is what we need to be able to prioritize and work on and do a couple of things with. In addition to the prioritizing, I want to thank government for forming the Uganda National Mining Company. But now the National Mining Company needs to be financed, or needs to be financed in order to do targeted exploration in specific places. One of the reasons the National Mining Company was formed is to de-risk the sector for private for investors, that investors can be able to come into this country and invest in an endeavor along with the National Mining Company. But the National Mining Company needs to be financed in such a way that it is doing targeted exploration to provide data, exploration data that any investor in the mining sector requires. We know we have these minerals. We know areas where artisan and small-scale miners are doing some work, and that is good indication that these minerals actually do exist. But if we are going to attract the big boys to come in and bring in the big money that will bring value addition, employment, and all that we are aspiring to, we need to be deliberate. And unfortunately, the funding for exploration world over has dwindled. Government has got to step in and do that itself.
Great. Can I stop you there? Just so we can move on, but two very important points there. Thank you. Mr. Berwick.
Thank you, Jonathan. A very good morning. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Very quickly to what you asked. And you're right, the PSST talked about the previous 9 EGFs finding out how the constraints to growth. Now we need to move into execution. I'll go straight into 3 parts, right? There are 3 arguments I want to make. And one is about the electricity access, because government has done very well in terms of electricity access. So we need to move from electricity access to productive energy. I think that's where we need to be going, because powering a village is very well socially important. But what happens next? We need to be thinking about commercial agriculture. We need to be thinking about cold storage if we're going to do things like this. The second point is that if we are thinking about the tenfold growth, which is 20,000 megawatts at the end of, by 2040, we need to start thinking about the financial model actually required to do this. And I think that's where, and government cannot do this alone. They can't put the 20,000 megawatts onto the national, balance sheet. So private sector needs to be able to come in. So there are particular areas where government needs to be able to do, and then the private sector has got to do their homework and do that very well. And the third area which I want to introduce is, like how investors have time to market. I think one of the things we need to think about is time to power. How long does it take to come from project initiation, actually be able to begin that? I'll stop there for now.
Thanks very much. Very helpful points. Patrick, with your permission, I'll skip you as not being from the private sector and let you come back later. So first, let me go next to Amos from the agro-industrialization perspective.
Thank you very much. First of all, the government has clearly spelled out what needs to be done, especially within the agriculture sector. We have talked about transforming the agriculture sector from a peasantry to commercial agriculture, to value addition, to export orientation, and also marketing. And as private sector, we need to invest in specific areas of value addition, especially agro-industrial value addition, to create export products, add value, and create jobs within the agro-industrial value chain. We also need to look at investment in productivity, adoption of technology, improved breeding, irrigation, and also to adopt climate-smart technologies that can improve productivity. We also need to look at aspects of developing export-oriented industries, but also paying attention to branding Uganda as a source of high-quality export goods, and specifically looking at high-growth markets, those dealing with organic foods, those dealing with specialties that we produce here in Uganda.
Amos, can I put you on the spot? I really wanted to focus on implementation here. So can you give me one example in your sector of what has prevented good policy from resulting in good outcomes, more investment, higher productivity?
One of the issues that is preventing the private sector from achieving this is, to some extent, complacency within the government framework. We private sector people want things done there and then, but the formalities of government quite often still for private sector innovation and progress towards achieving what we have to achieve. And secondly, access to finance has been written about several times, but it has not been made a reality within our country. We are talking about affordable capital, but we are still having double-digit interest rates. So we are saying, let's look at single-digit interest rate. Between 5 to 9% can enable private sector take advantage of the many initiatives the government has put in place.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Bonnie, same question to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jonathan. It's a pleasure being here. Yesterday, the PSST was showing the road 10 years ago, shaping where we are today. And I was so happy that tourism was much prioritized, to form into the mix of the ATM. But Specifically from where I sit, I wanted to draw your attention to two things. One, globally, when you look at the global glance of tourism, no doubt it's growing, it's making growth very, very critical, and the numbers are rising, the GDP is increasing, and jobs as well. But coming to your question, which you asked, I wanted to draw the technical team to play my experiential video, which I wanted to put. I think it's running there. So when you look at tourism in Uganda and what government has really done, it's commendable. And I don't know whether, Jonathan, you've taken time to move around Uganda. You'll be able to appreciate. And this is to the PSST and the technical team at the Ministry of Finance. I see my sister there from Uganda Wildlife Authority seated in the audience. I think the issue coming up, it should be ably articulated on the prioritization of this sector by the real numbers. Dr. Msisi, I would believe that if you allow the tourism index be established and bring in the real numbers, then government can measure. You know very well that government cannot prioritize what it cannot measure. So we need an index which will be able to tell how much is invested in tourism, how much is coming out of tourism, what tax incentives, if they are there, how much are they bringing in, how many jobs, and etc. Without that, clearly coming out as a framework, that's why you're seeing the rest of the private sector complaining. But a lot has been done. The biggest constraint also has been non-coordinated government agencies in terms of communication. We are where we are, Professor Jonathan, because of when the Minister of Health has its communication, it does not think about us in the private sector, just communicates, and it takes us ages. It was only yesterday that we were given a certificate clearing us from the bad negative travel advisory, and we've lost capital out of here. So I think once there is that coordinated kind of effort, being given priority from the framework, the statistics, the numbers and value, then a lot can be given into tourism. Then also, if you're a visitor in Uganda and you are interested in investing in tourism, there is no direct special fund for tourism. How I wish if there could be a tourism credit fund, just like the cultural credit fund is in the Bank of Uganda, for the private sector actors in tourism to borrow money, not just be given money, but to borrow, because we bring back money in high value. And then lastly, which will help us to understand more tourism, is taking it as a whole complete export strategy, because the forex it brings in the economy is quite a lot, and it is seen that it can draw the revenue, the value, the jobs for the young people. So for me, well seated here, I would be so happy not to lament for whatever is not happening well, but to draw you to the attention to what you're seeing there. The value that we derive in this economy is very critical. The guys come here with Forex. We are struggling with the balance of payment deficits. How I wish the man from Civil Aviation Authority is lamenting of numbers. We can improve the image of this Uganda and have close to 5 million arrivals at Entebbe. That means those are $50 from each arrival. That goes to Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I think just in a second, once we have the index, prioritize the numbers, know the focus, the ATM tourism is going actually to bring it 20-fold, not even 10-fold. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So we've now had a set of questions, a set of comments about what government can do better and what actions can be taken. I'd now like to turn the question around. We know, and we've talked a lot in these 2 days about what government needs to do. I want to focus now on what the Uganda private sector needs to do if we're going to be serious about achieving tenfold growth. So what does the private sector, what do your firms in sector need to do to raise productivity, to increase investment, to stimulate innovation, and to compete internationally? So I'd like to go again in turn, but Patrick, this time I'll invite you to comment at the end. In turn, I'm saying, okay, what can you do in the sector to deliver the tenfold growth strategy?
Private sector plays an important role when it comes to the mining sector in terms of, one, getting people interested in what we actually have as a country. There is lots of players, there is lots of potential that we have, We need to put this out there. We need this information to be made clear for everyone, where the opportunities are, where they can invest, and then be able to invest and make the money from mining. But then also, from the mining sector, we need to adhere to, of course, the ESG and the ESG policies world over, because with that, then our products as a country can be able to access markets. A number of the mines that are, doing some work are not able to access particular markets because of either traceability issues or not complying to ESG requirements. And that is something that we need to take on as private sector. And we are constantly pushing for private sector players to adhere, to comply, because that is what will open us to even bigger markets.
Right. Thank you. Morris.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very, very important question. And I believe that as a private sector, there are 4 things that we can do, right? And I'm very happy with the Ministry of Finance Development Committee, because that sort of puts the onus on my first point. The first thing is we should be able to have solutions, not requests. The solution is, can I present to the government a proper project, a project that is technically sound, that is financially viable, and can actually be implemented? That's the first thing we need to be able to do as the private sector. That's a challenge on my colleagues in the private sector. The second thing is to bring capital, because, we talked about capital in the previous session, but yes, private sector has access to all these, green financing, all these things, we talked about them. So be able to bring this particular capital. The third thing is take appropriate risk. We cannot ask government to do a number of things without trying to be able to take appropriate risk. There are some things that government needs to do in terms of creating a proper regulatory framework. I know that, apart from risk, the one thing that private sector dislikes or almost hates is uncertainty. So I'm sure that if government says, I want to build 20,000 megawatts of energy, and I want to build this in the next 5 years, I want to build this in the next 10 years, then we should be able to take some of the risk on and not expect government to do everything. And then fourth is to build local capacity. I'm glad to say that we have about 123, 124 persons that are employed in Nexus Green. Only 4 are foreign, the rest are Ugandans. So you can actually have local technical capability, have better engineering, have all things built here. And I think those 4 areas, if we do them as a private sector, then we're actually credible enough to actually go and ask government that, Mr. Government, Mr. PSST, this is what I want. This is what I want you to be able to give, because I brought something, I put skin in the game. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Amos.
So I have already said that government has already identified agriculture as an anchor for the transformation of the economy. And I'm speaking specifically for agro-industrialization sector. And what we can do as private sector is so much. Government has done so much in terms of putting an enabling environment, opening markets, and also creating institutions to facilitate the private sector. What we can do as private sector is that we need to exploit the environment that has been put in place by government to invest in agriculture, create jobs, create products, and generate high export earnings. 2, as private sector, as I already said, we need to develop export orientation industries. We have the ACFTA, for instance, as a recent arrangement where we can export our products, but we must export competitive products to the markets. And lastly, as the private sector, we need to adopt technology and innovation. Government has paid attention to supporting innovation, science, and technology. And as the private sector, we need to look at that specifically. This morning, I was not happy when the many presentations are talking about foreign direct investment. I'm saying government needs to look at the chance of creating a large pool of domestic investors. And private sector, we shall take advantage of this and grow more and create more jobs. Government has already done about 3 strategic investments in the private sector. An example is the Day Biofarm, the Inspire Coffee. These are domestic investors. Relying only on foreign direct investment is not good for our country, and I don't think it's very sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bonnie.
Number one, in the tourism space where I sit, we need to move from survival to productivity. As a private sector actor seated there in the tourism space, you need to be talking about productivity, professionalism. You should be talking about issues to do with building capacity, as a firm. That way, I believe then there would be much more attention if you're customer focused. You see, you're talking about someone who has enjoyed the experience from afar and now is coming to you. So we should stop lamenting as private sector by building very, very innovative also farms, but highly productive and highly survival farms, which can actually go and probably attract finance. Number two, as a standalone, is to digitize. The slides running through is the digitization platform that we've built with the support from Uganda Communications Commission. They gave us money, close to 330 million, to digitize the entire value chain of tourism. When you come in Uganda, you're not only spending on the bigger accommodations or bigger shops, but also for the community tourism as well. So we built up a platform there to support also the underserved communities, also tap into the tourism value chain. So we need to digitize. So whoever is here and is building for tourism, digitization, just like my colleague talked about, is very, very critical. But also, Uganda should actually move away from being analog. The clients coming and visiting are digital. They are searching online, booking online, and they want to pay online. So in your business model, that has to be very critical. Next is investing in skills, building your team as well. AFCON is coming, Dr. Jonathan. How are we able to speak French to the French-speaking countries? You need to invest in the skills. You cannot talk about tenfold growth when you have a one-fold skill. So language, customer experience, and all those things are going to support us. Then also building global competitiveness and as a product, as a company, as a brand. I get an opportunity to travel to the UK. I support a university program in Nottingham. And every time I'm there, I move out myself to take my brand to Nottingham Forest, Manchester. I participated in the Manchester Marathon, but I was branding the whole as Uganda, not only my brand as a company. I remember I took even a placard and wrote Manchester Marathon. Manchester loves Uganda, and Manchester Marathon also, you're invited for the Rwenzori Marathon. That global kind of competitiveness in the brand. And lastly, strengthening the tourism value chain. You see, tourists should not only come here talking about gorillas. We also need to talk about other products in the value chain. We're talking about culture experiences. You know very well that Uganda is one of the most diverse countries in terms of culture. 54 tribes speaking different languages. We should also base that and form it as a product. Uganda Wildlife Authority has done a lot of putting the products together that can be gone and enjoyed, but also what's the role of the private sector by coming up? Yep. So that's what we should do moving forward.
Great. Thanks very much. Well, thanks to all of you for setting out quite an ambitious agenda for the private sector to bring to the table. Now, Patrick, 2 questions. One, reactions to that. Are things missing? Are you looking for more from the private sector? 2, how can policy help incentivize those things that have just been identified as key actions from the private sector?
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, Doctor, for that pointed question. I think, let me start from where Humphrey had started. We are now beyond, we call it sloganeering. We are quite beyond sloganeering. The choice of the ATMs and enablers are carefully thought out processes that government has put in place in order to galvanize the entire economy to start the journey towards our ambition. When we talk about the mining sector, for example, there are quite a number of actions
that government has deliberately done to make us start and continue that journey where it has not been started. The formation of the company that you talked about, the mining company, is a very strong nucleus to de-risk the sector from the massive financial and other risks that otherwise the private sector was going to face, given its own standing. So what we need now as government is complete the agenda of quantification of the 58 minerals and also taking account of the priorities, for example, that you mentioned that minerals must be prioritized, starting with which ones. And I'm very sure quite a lot is going on there in terms of dealing with the feasibility studies that are necessary to inform people in the gold industry, people in the iron and ore and steel industry, together with the value chains that go along with that, the skilling that's necessary there. All that is now set, and government is financing quite a larger part of the studies under the National Planning Authority, working with the mining company, together with the ministry itself. So the issue is we need to take forward those kind of initiatives by government in order to quickly de-risk the sector and be a platform for attracting the private sector to come strongly in that area. Two, the issue of financing has come up severally across this table. Government has also put in place a number of deliberate actions to prepare the private sector to seize the opportunities to work together with government in identifying what they can do. And our job is work on environment to give them adequate mechanisms to access capital. We have the Uganda Development Bank. Their portfolio is expanding now, and our job is to capitalize it so that you seize those opportunities to get relatively cheaper capital. It may not be single digit overnight, but it takes time. Two, we are examining a number of other options to finance both the enablers as well as the institutions that are necessary to attract the private sector to participate in this area of ATMs and the $500 billion economic growth over the next by 2040. So what are we doing? There are quite a number of actions there. We're not sitting by and watching the situation. We are also incentivizing the private sector through, for example, underground industrialization, under the grain sector. Farmers now with acres of 50 acres and above can go to a commercial bank who are going to de-risk by paying the interest rate of you are opening up those acres to produce the grain and organize better in the value chain of grains to add value to those grains and be able to market in a consistent manner of both quality and quantity of what you want to do. Third, still in the financial sector, we are doing everything possible from the fiscal side and macro cooperation with the Bank of Uganda to tame the growth of interest rates by dealing with getting resources strictly to those areas that are having multiplier effects on the economy. We are getting resources to put money to the SGR. We want SGR to become a cheaper mechanism for you to convey whatever you have produced in the qualities that you have produced to the markets cheaply. Two, we have laid ICT cables throughout the region for you to seize the opportunities of ICT. I like the tourism gentleman. He is thinking broadly and saying, what's the ecosystem of tourism? How do you digitize quite a number of processes within the tourism to make it easier for more tourists to come here and be able to seize the opportunities of the benefits of tourism and maximize their stay here and therefore spend more and more time in Uganda and thereby really giving Uganda and money from that source. That is the way to go. We are also expanding a lot of enabler actions with respect to electricity. Power generation, want power to be 20 megawatts, 20,000 megawatts by 2030. All options are open in this area, including the peaceful means of using the minerals that we have. Uranium, for example, is one of the main sources that government is looking into to generate more energy in the near future. And studies and actions are going on there within the mining sector. Other forms of actions that government is doing with respect to the giving you a better or cheaper cost of doing the business in this economy is actually reforms that are taking place under the UNBS for certification, and also these other quality assurance institutions. Like for coffee exports, for example, the European Union, we have put resources across in order to help the private sector comply with the minimum requirements for coffee access to European Union. And all stages have been set to ensure that at any rate, no action will impair our export to that region. So these are the kind of heavy, deliberate actions by government to deal with those constraints that the private sector has identified and may continue to identify in order to make them truly come together in order to participate in this very good journey that all of us are going to partake in. The thing which may be missing.
Patrick, can I stop you there so we can move on? Is that okay?
The what?
Can I stop you there so we can move on? Yeah.
Thank
No,
you.
thanks very much. I think your emphasis on just how important the enablers are and the role of government in the upstream support of business is extremely important, and I think very complementary to the sectoral factors we talked about. Also, Morris, to your comments about energy as an enabler and needing to think about that. Let me change gears a little bit. The tenfold economy cannot be built on the Ugandan market alone. So I'd like you each, I'd like to do two quick fire rounds. So this is the first quick fire round. I'd like you each to tell me what firms in your sector can do or do differently to compete successfully in regional and global markets. And if you keep your answers very short, we'll do one more quick round and then I'll open up to the audience for questions. So Humphrey, starting with you.
What firms can do to reach the global markets? Of course, adhere to standards. That's a key bit. Standards of traceability, standards of ESG, standards of occupational health and safety. That's a key aspect. The second thing is we need to look for market for our product beyond Uganda. The iron and steel industry is one example. We have brilliant iron ore in this country, but it can only make sense if we can access markets within the region and within Africa.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much. Morris.
Thank you very much. I think in our case, we need to, Uganda's problem right now, as DSC mentioned, the frameworks are already there. So how do we move from just being a megawatt problem to a delivery problem? And I think that's where we can come in quite quickly. We have the technology, we have the capacity, we have the capital. So why don't we actually get in there and not think about just Uganda, but thinking about Uganda as a land-linked country? We're able to do things that can actually, maybe you set up a power plant here that can supply the neighboring countries in the fastest way possible.
Great, thanks. Amos.
From the agro-industry perspective, there are three things that we can do to achieve global penetration in the markets. One is to adhere or to comply with international standards related to food processing, quality, and so forth. This can enable us to penetrate global markets. The second issue, and where we have advantage, is unique positioning. Branding our products. For instance, in beef, we are looking at grass-fed and organic beef. And Uganda is known for this. The other issue is competitiveness in terms of price and of our products. The biggest challenge we have as a country to export to global markets is the high cost of production and high prices. That's why we are not entering many of the markets. So that's the issue that we need to address.
Great, perfect.
Thank you so much. From the tourism space, we are already doing some of them. Number one, globally putting the Uganda's image out there. I think that's what we need to do because we have the attraction. We are asset rich in terms of attraction, but how are we positioning? So I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I think the PSST has supported them with what we call diplomatic economic kind of aspect. If we push all the Ugandan missions abroad to speak about Uganda every single day, taking it as a business, we already have the space because we have, if you could see where our embassies are, those are big catchment areas for us to improve the image. Because what we want at the international airports, the arrivals. But again, after arrivals, we want now the value of the tourists that are arriving. How much can they spend? How long can they stay? So can we change just talking about the arrivals to, value? So that is on the brand image, but also the competitiveness. The private sector actors that are out there, how competitive are you and how efficient are you? I'm happy to see the global chain of hotels showing up in Uganda. That is a big, big trust. But then also, we need also to improve. Number one, is that this is also to Civil Aviation Authority and the Ministry of Finance, I think, Mr. DST. There is no evidence that there is an entry from Entebbe to New York. So how I wish we can actually have a direct flight from Entebbe to New York. That means you have all the Americans coming to your country at a go. People who don't need again to change flights to connect to your audience. You have any direct connection to the Asian market. European market, yes, but now we also need more to add up to the London Gatwick. We fly to London 4 times a week. We need to have more to that. But then also we need to tell the world that we are flying here. Can you come and enjoy what Uganda offers?
Great, thanks very much. So the last question, and then I'll be opening up to you, so please be thinking about your questions. It takes us back to yesterday morning in our discussion about AI. And some of the mentions we've had since then around digitization and digital technologies. So we all know that AI has the potential to be an extraordinary productivity tool. But it's also a bit of a race, and there's a danger, as we heard, that if Uganda falls behind, that it could suffer in terms of its growth performance. So my question is, looking at your own sector, where do you see AI or digital technology making the biggest difference to productivity, and what's stopping firms from adopting it sooner? So again, if you can keep your answers short because you want to keep time for the questions, please.
Exploration. So in Zambia, in DRC Congo, we've seen exploration time being cut short. World over, exploration takes 15 years, but it's been cut short in those countries to 2 years by AI. And so AI has the ability. There are companies like Cobalt, an American firm owned by Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates, working in Zambia and also in Congo, that is doing this and has proven that it is possible. Put all this data together, and AI language models are able to identify more accurately and faster where mining should actually take place. So definitely we need to adopt this. We need to see this happening with our data that we've been collecting in this country when it comes to mining all the way from the colonial times.
Perfect. Great example. Morris.
Jonathan, I think that government and ourselves as the private sector have to start thinking about energy in a different manner. Many times we've thought energy grows as an enabler to economic growth. Now, you think about all the industries that you talked about. A hyper AI data center requires about 100 megawatts of power, right? So we need to think about how do we put in place energy systems to support the infrastructure, the ATMs that we want, because everything actually relies on energy. So how do we build energy systems ahead of the Uganda's economy that we want in 2040? Thank you.
Great. Amos.
Within the agriculture sector, we are looking at issues of productivity. And this case, we are talking about precision agriculture. And we are looking at technology, use of data, and we are looking at precise measurements, and also improve processing on the value chain. So AI is a very important ingredient that we shall continuously seek to adopt in order to improve agro-processing, but also to improve the value chain management.
Right. Thank you. Bonnie.
Like I said, now, for example, for us in tourism, ICT and artificial intelligence, those are bread and butter. Because right now, you need to talk about automation. You need to talk about artificial intelligence. You need to talk about seamless kind of experience as well. So I think the question is, are we ready? I think some of us, we are already embedding in these technologies, but now artificial intelligence means a new normal for us in the sector. So the issue is now on adoption. We just have to adopt. That's the way to go. But then also looking out for, as a private sector, I'll tell you for a fact that that means a cost, but a cost again that brings efficiency. So for us, we are ready because now clients search online, book online, pay online. And when they're in Buindi, they want to take a picture and send back to London that, see, I'm tracking the gorillas in the real time. I'll be so happy to see this automation and AI being supported by ICT. The good thing in the ATM mix, there is ICT at the end. So if we can have Starlink as it's coming up to improve the digitization and connectivity, then AI is going to thrive. Because if the bandwidth, if the cost of internet as well is great, for us, we are ready to move, and we are already doing that. And it's improving even the image of Uganda. Someone can just seamlessly, search about a country called Uganda and is able to see the rest that you're offering. So for us, it's a good to go.
Great,
Yeah.
perfect. Great. I think you've given us a very rich set of insights as a panel. So I'd like now to open it up to all of you for questions. I'd invite them from, please,
Thank you so much. Raymond Baguma from Civil Aviation and Entebbe again. I have two questions. My first question will go to my counterpart from the tourism sector. Then my second question will go to Mr. Simwe from the Mineral and Oil Department. Mr. Bonne, the responsibility of finding more direct routes lies entirely on you and not civil aviation. Civil aviation is just an enabler. Because if we are to look at the revenue we obtained last year from tourism, thank you so much. You're doing a great job. We managed to we registered.
Sorry, could I ask you to keep your questions short so we have time for as many questions as possible?
Sorry. We registered $1.7 billion from 1.65 million visitors. That is the highest our country has ever held. Tourism is our fastest forex earner for tenfold growth. But again, here we have a challenge. Uganda as a country, we only have 3 direct long routes out of Africa. That is Entebbe, Dubai, we have 4 flights per week. Entebbe, London, Gatwick, as you've advised, we still have 4 flights per week. And this was launched last year in May on 18th. No, we have four flights, yeah. Then Entebbe, Mumbai, 3 flights per week. Now, here is my question. How can civil aviation, Ministry of Tourism, and the private operators co-incentivize 10 new direct routes out of Africa to add on the 3 that are already existing? Because by so doing, we shall be tripling high-spending arrivals before 2030, instead of feeding our tourists through our competitors' hub.
Great, thank you very much.
I have 2 questions.
Okay, very quickly then,
Okay,
please.
sorry. The gentleman from the Mineral Department. Oil and gas and critical minerals need heavy air logistics, VIP charter, and emergency medevac. As we project a 10.4% growth, are we planning aviation infrastructure in Hoima, Kabalega Industrial Park, and the mineral hubs? Or we will wait until investors complain about logistics? How can we preempt this? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Albert.
My question is to Mr. Kagaba. Of course, you asked for a trust fund, but the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury had a multitude of funds, UDB and so on. What is special? What do you are not satisfied with that for offering, or what's so special about this fund that you are requesting for?
Thanks. Yes, gentleman, and then you.
Thank you very much. I'm Right Honorable James Makeni, Prime Minister from Songola Kingdom. My question goes direct to tourism, since the Deputy Treasurer Secretary is here. Songola Kingdom, we develop cultural tourism concept note with help Makerere University, in touch with the Minister of Tourism. Now, this tourism cultural concept note means to improve on the stay of tourists into the country. What is the challenge now? The challenge is through you, Minister of Tourism and UTB and Minister of Finance. Is it possible to get a reasonable funding for the cultural tourism concept without this cultural institution we have in Uganda to improve on that concept so that we increase on tourism stay in the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jonathan, for moderating the session and for all the panelists for their contributions. My name is Doreen Rubasimbira from the Bank of Uganda. I have a question and a comment. The question is on the cost of financing. I know that you have expressed interest to move to single digit. It's a work in progress. And also the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury has informed us of the different models of financing that are available. However, are there any other things from your perspective, especially Mr. Tindewa, that you think government or the central bank can do to improve the access to financing? And then the other point is on the issue of, it was mentioned by Mr. Simwe, that there is need, that one of the challenges is the lack of information, clear information. So I'd like to draw the forum to a platform that pulls together resources, different resources on government opportunities that are available for the private sector, on productivity, on financing, on skilling, all in one place. It's a digital platform called Greater Worker Uganda. So that's one of the avenues where you can get all this information on what we've been talking about in one place. Thank you.
Great. Gentleman behind, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm called John Bosco. First of all, would like to appreciate all the presenters for the effort they have put in. My question can be answered by two people, the tourism guy and the agro-industrialization guy. We are ignoring one important factor, that we are failing to design products that are attractive to the local market. We are mainly focusing on attracting foreign market. The tourism sector specifically is kind of a little bit, quite unaffordable for the local Ugandans. And I don't know how we shall effectively attract international market before satisfying our local potential to consume these services ourselves. Because once a product is locally popular, then it becomes very easy to market internationally.
Thank you. Vicky.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting for me, and I really appreciated the fact that you all mentioned standards as an issue, and all of you in your different sectors trying to adhere to them to ensure market access. Now, my question is, given this green transition that we're in, and the fact that there's increasing emphasis on getting your products, which are carbon competitive, have you, in your respective fields, included some emissions measurement tools or technologies in your factories that can help you with this? Because if you're able to measure, then you can show competitiveness.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Again, Michael Jingo from Centenary Bank, and I head commercial banking. I have two questions, one for my brother Humphrey and the other for my brother Morris. Well, I would have raised these questions to the PSST, but I would want now the private sector to probably get that feeling. Yesterday, PSST mentioned that the only policy we are lacking is the policy of implementation of the policies. And that's where my question is going. How can government make the ATM's policy more execution driven with clear sector targets, accountable institutions that are reporting as such, measurable private sector outcomes, rather than having policies that do not translate into investment and productivity? That will go to my brother Humphrey. The second question is in regard to government. Government is the biggest spender in this economy. And with that muscle, I'm raising a question regarding making markets for the ATMs. How can government use its muscle in procurement, infrastructure, and investment programs to create predictable markets for Ugandan businesses and give the private sector the confidence to invest and scale? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me now turn to the panel because we've accumulated quite a stock of questions. And let's just go in order, starting with you, Bonnie, because quite a number of the questions were around tourism. And then we'll just come across, everyone can have a chance to comment.
Yes, thank you so much for the questions. Well, here I was cushioned by the DST. Is going to take on the civil aviation question, but also to answer him briefly before maybe I send it to Mr. Chailap. You know, someone seated in this room was my economics teacher some years ago, and he taught me two concepts. One of them is that sometimes supply creates its own demand, as well as demand creates supply. You see, for Entebbe International Airport to have arrivals, we have to demonstrate the need for the arrivals to happen. Let's say, for example, if we need to chat up maybe or to create a route for Finland, okay, the Scandinavian, Finland, Denmark, like from Entebbe to Copenhagen, Entebbe to Finland and Norway, we need to be showing the value for that. I will tell you for a fact, when you see, I think where you sit, you see that London Gatwick has demonstrated potential, but why? Why? Because we have a lot to offer, and that's now the supply now. So the demand is going actually to come. For you, you go ahead with the Minister of Finance and put their flight to international high-spending destinations like New York. But also, before we spend that money to create that kind of route, let's market. Let's market. Let's take 5 years marketing New York route to Entebbe. Let's not just want to put up a route tomorrow and then on Saturday, the aircraft is already flying there. No, we need to have a whole feasibility on the marketing. I'll be so happy. Number two, if you have now to the US, that's okay. But then also fly to France as well, because these are the guys that are coming here with that kind of net kind of expenditure. So for me, I'm not worried, but the DST is going to handle it technically on what could be the reason to push it. And now the next is on the gentleman here on the cultural concept. You know, we don't sell Uganda as only for wildlife. When we are selling, we sell a circuit safari. And in that circuit, we tell this guy that you're going to spend 9 days, those are 80 nights, but doing Murchison. From there, you'll go and do the experience of chimpanzee in Chivale National Park, then go visit the Bigodi experience. When you go to see the gorillas, you'll have also the Batwa experience. I think what we need to do is now to act with the private sector so much to design an embedded kind of product which is full. But also we are doing that. Maybe if it's for financing purposes, ministry can see how to, but the two operators, we are already doing it. We are not only selling wildlife, we even sell the cultural immersion there. And these people also tap into that kind of thing moving forward. So it's a complete circuit. And now the challenge also we've seen in the private sector, we are no longer now selling Uganda as a destination. We sell Uganda as a whole experience. We tell them, have you eaten some malakwang? They say, what's now Malakwang? Now the issue of standards come in. Who is actually preparing the Malakwang and the Malewa for these people? Who is preparing the coffee, the real artisan, ordinary, organic coffee? The standards. Because if you don't do that, you're going now to cause issues when these guys have running stomach moving forward. Dr. Musisi, my mentor there. What is so special about this tourism credit fund? Ideally, Dr. Musisi, we are not asking government to create a new fund. We are now asking, can DST and PSST move to UDB and say, now, can this be a revolving fund? And by the way, we just don't want actually that money for free. Give us that money, we use it and pay back. Mr. PSST, these guys give us money in advance. They give us $25,000 ahead of 6 months for them to come. That money is already earned in the Forex stock. So we can actually demonstrate that with our bank financial statements. So with the advance payments, then, if we can access some, affordable financing, then we can market more. Because where we are marketing is the challenge. We have to go for exhibitions. Uganda Tourism Board is doing quite a good job, but also internally we can do a sort of the online travel agents kind of business, and also improving in attracting the travel agents who can work with us in partnerships. So, Dr. Msi, that's what I'm thinking that we can do. We may not necessarily create a new fund, but can we go into special arrangement with UDB and say, now, once category of tourism come here, please don't over put so many procedural issues. Support them, but then also they should come as well-accomplished, compliant guys to borrow this money, because even on their bank statements, they're having advance payment of $100,000, which will be consumed next year, 2027. So for me, I would be so happy if we just turn it a bit to avail tourism more spend, more credit, and maybe the hotels as well to design that. Domestic market. Why is it so expensive for the guys locally in Uganda to enjoy tourism? I think, I don't want to sound like informing you, but let me inform you. Uganda Tourism Board, together with Uganda Wildlife Authority, set tariffs very well. For a Ugandan to go to Murchison Falls for 24 hours to see the natural wild, you pay 25,000 Uganda shillings. A non-foreign resident like Dr. New Farmer coming here to go to Murchison, we charge him $45 for 24 hours. I really don't know what is now cheaper and what is expensive. To see gorillas, Dr. New Farmer, I'm going to charge him $800 to just spend 1 hour with the gorillas. You, who is a local Ugandan, Kasirie, $300,000. Sorry, 300,000 Uganda shillings. But the issue comes in when Ugandans, our dear domestic markets, they want to go to Queen Elizabeth and they want to go to Moro. Tourists that we move around Uganda and you enjoy seeing them, they plan for a whole year. They start spending, if they are to come next year, July, they started saving some money beginning February this year. So every single month they put $500 for. So when they come here with 25,000 to spend, you may think that he has just gotten it from his salary and is doing that. Ugandans, we should also, if you want to enjoy domestic tourism, let's plan to enjoy this. It is going to help so much on that. Lastly, on that, the facility providers like lodges, some of them have also segmented the prices for Ugandans, for East Africans, for foreigners, or for non-residents. So for you, you want to sleep in a 5-star when you've not planned for it. For sure, Marriott or Sheraton here is going to charge you $250 per night. And for you, that is, you'll put it on a calculator first. Then you'll see you're sleeping for $1 million. Then you'll say these guys are bad. But there are also options, camping sites, and then also budget lodges. So if you want to enjoy domestic tourism, also plan, and then also go through the tour operators. We know the challenge is that some of you want to say, I want you to take me, but can I drive myself? Then what is my role? It's to help you understand the itinerary. Some of you don't know the distance there, and for us, there are certain things that we don't allow to do. So for me, for domestic tourism is actually an option. If you didn't know, actually domestic tourism last year closely brought in close to almost 600 million just from people who want to go to Jinja for an excursion and come back. So
I think it's about branding and also awareness, but the tariffs are well set for Ugandan to enjoy the wildlife. Kindly just plan. And the PSST, I want to call everyone in this room at the end of this year to take an excursion of 3 days to Murchison Falls. We can design that, and we can even give it to the DSST to, tell you to go and enjoy. But plan early. You take 6 months planning for your trip and you'll enjoy. Thank you so much. I think that was from me. By answering civil aviation issue. Number one, yes, I think Bonnie mentioned it. I think Bonnie is a very good student who is a practitioner now. He met me twice and then I think we're looking for the award for that one, and then the rest is history. Now, the civil aviation, we are doing 3 things. One, first of all, there was a problem of management. That one sorted out. Because some of these scheduling of flights and so on and so forth was purely a management issue. But I think we've overcome that one now. 2, we are aware we have expanded the fleet. And that expansion is informed by the economics of which type of aircrafts, destinations where we're expanding, and so on and so forth. We cannot do everything overnight. 3, and most important, domestic tourism, the feasibility studies under Ministry of Works and Transport, and yourself actually, are being undertaken for the various aerodromes for upgrade to tourism-ready sites for landing and takeoff. Together with that, we're also sending a signal to private sector to be able to participate in provision of aviation services, flights, charters, and so on and so forth. This is what takes place in the space of what? Providing tourism and expansion of new markets. So rest assured, you should not be worried. Back to your first question, I wanted to answer it. You chose statistics about tourists and the rest of it, but you didn't know, or you didn't put forward the variables that go into those numbers. Neither did you put in place the variables that are normally taken into account with respect to revenue earnings. You didn't mention that, and so on and so forth. So next time you come to this, please cover the statistics properly. Besides the numbers, how many aircraft does the Kenya Airways have compared to Uganda Airlines? How many aircraft does Emirates have compared to Uganda Airlines? How much money did Kenya Airways at the end of the financial year earn as net income? How much net income did the Uganda Airlines have, or net losses did Uganda Airlines have? That way, you inform the people accordingly about the statistics that you're trying to quote. Otherwise, you'll not be comparing the likes. So next time, please take care of that. Now, the Busongora King and Prime Minister, I think, Bonnie, they are inviting you to sit with them to study more about their culture and be able to put it as part and parcel of your products. They have a lot of rich culture, which they're inviting you. And good enough, I think let's recognize the cultural leader for the Basongora. He's here with us. He's willing to learn about how the economy should run. Next time I'll invite him more as well. Thank you.
MSF.
The question that came to me was, how can access to finance be made much more simpler and possible? I know the central bank is in charge of the CBR, which is around 9.75, and the monetary policy issues. And when you say it is work in progress, I think that word we have had it as private sector for the last many years. So when work in progress is work in progress until I end the business I'm doing, it's very challenging. But what I want to suggest is that there are many things that we are looking at. One, collateralization of access to finance, to me, is old-fashioned financing. Because we are competing with markets where collateralization in terms of land, building, is not an issue. The insurance sector has been developed to enable access to finance. everyone who wants to do business must have land is very difficult, or must have a building in a city center is very difficult. But a well-developed financial or insurance sector can ease access to finance. Secondly, the SCF. SCF is a key instrument that is already within our commercial banks, but from a private sector experience, it takes you 4 months to process SCF. And 4 months for a private sector is too much time. It may look too small time for government, but it is too much time for a private sector. And on top of that, it is limited to around 8 years. The minister of recent has been talking about patient capital. 8 years financing is not patient capital in my judgment. The other issue, of course, here I want to thank government for having put special purpose vehicles, special purpose institutions, UDB, UDC. These are very good institutions, but they are dodged with many constraints. Bureaucracy, lengthy formalities, lengthy documentation. These are experiences that we go through. So for us as private sector, we are seeing government in two different sections. There's where we see government as more enabling, more facilitating, and very fast. But the other side of government is more complacent, more bureaucratic, and more constraining. So since PSST is here, I would request him to whip the institutions of government that are constraining access to finance for the private sector. Lastly, we are appealing to government to make access to finance more drastically reduced in terms of cost and time. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think there was a question on the climate financing. At the risk of talking about work in progress, I know that government is doing a lot to have the Article 6.2 signed. So that's where we see benefits going to come from. Of course, the COSIA market is already there, but the players in our energy sector are really anxiously waiting for that signing of the Article 6.2. And we believe that that presents an opportunity for the private sector to actually play in that market, because we're very advanced. We have the electric mobility sector very ready. And the other, the good thing is that Uganda is very well endowed with renewable energy. So it's a very good thing for us. So I think they've done substantial progress, and I know that that's going to happen, and we're ready to really grab on that chance. So thanks very much to government on that. There was a question on what more government needs to do in terms of delivery. Two things. Targets inspire. Pipeline gets financed. So we have a target of 20,000 megawatts. So what government can do, in my opinion, is to say, okay, look, we need to build X in 5 years. We need to build X in 10 years. But what is the energy mix? This is where it's going to be built. Because we think that we're going to do mineral beneficiation in Karamoja. So we need 5,000 megawatts in this particular place. Such certainty enables the private sector to plan. One of the things that we need to do as private sector is to think long term. But we cannot think long term if there's no certainty. So that's the first part. The second part is the concept I mentioned earlier of time to power. We measure megawatts. We measure access, how many homes have access to electricity. Why don't we also measure how long it takes to bring a project from initiation to start? Because there are bottlenecks both on the government side, on the private sector side, that we can actually eliminate and actually make projects much faster. One of the most underestimated things in investment, especially energy investment, is time. The project can be financially viable, it can be very technically sound, it can be implementable, but if it's not implemented in time, then you have things like, you never know when the next war starts, and that triggers, rise in pricing. So those are things that we need to be able to think about. Targets inspire, pipeline gets financed, and then time to power. Those two concepts, I think, Mr. Jingo could be able to have us come to a confluence in terms of where we need to go. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Morris. And Humphrey, we're just coming up to 1 o'clock, so it'll be you who has the closing word.
All right, thank you. Since I'm the one standing between you and lunch, no pressure. Mr. Baguma asked about logistics for the mining sector. And yes, mining and oil and gas. The Kabalega International Airport is almost completed, and that will definitely open up logistics in the oil and gas sector, and something we are looking forward to move in spares, to move out equipment, to move in equipment, and whatever needs to happen there. We are hoping and praying that on the mining side of things, because we've just completed the area geomagnetic mapping of the entire country, and probably one area in this country that is heavily endowed with minerals is the Karamoja area. Most probably the next enclave for an airport or something like that would be that area when it comes to mining. That would be something worth considering, because the amount of critical minerals, oil and gas in that sector is quite high. On the issue of smart mining, yes, a number of private sector players are embracing smart mining techniques and making sure that they are measuring emissions, using efficient technologies to ensure that as the mining sector, we are not big polluters. Unfortunately, where there is a shortage of energy, because we are heavy energy consumers as mining, we have no choice but to revert to diesel generators. And so there is a move, a direct move to ensure that can we use cleaner technologies when it comes to electricity as well. But yes, a number of private sector players are taking on smart mining techniques to make sure that we manage our emissions as a sector. Mr. Jingo asks a key question, and when you asked your question, the PSST clapped, because a question that was meant for him, you have sent it to the private sector. No worries, we'll still give an answer. What needs to happen to bridge the gap between policy and implementation? ATMS, brilliant strategies, but how do we move forward? I'll just add two key things that need to happen, and borrowing from the oil and gas sector. When Uganda as a country discovered that, one, we have oil in 2006, a number of things happened behind the scenes that put in place the enabling environment for where we are, and we are at the precipice right now of fast oil. We're very close to fast oil because of these enabling things that were put in place. The first thing is a regulator. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda has played a key role in making sure that the oil and gas sector is well regulated and well managed, to the extent that private sector players have already made up to $2.1 billion in Uganda. This is local content, okay, because of a strong, focused regulator in the oil and gas sector. We believe that the mining sector as well requires a regulator, an independent regulator that is outside the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, that does the policy, okay, that does the policy. And so a regulator in mining would be able to unlock land rights issues, investment promotion issues, data and technology, smart mining requirements and compliances, ESG, and that is something that we need to be able to look out for. Still in the oil and gas sector, one of the things that happened was training institutes were put in place to be able to bridge the skills gap, to ensure that when Total or Sinuk or Sinopec or requires skilled manpower, there is a channel, there is a pipeline of that skilled manpower from within the country and specific training institutes. The very same thing needs to happen in the mining sector, because right now, when Renzori Rare Earth advertises for a metallurgist, when Blanco Resources in doing graphite in Orom advertises for a mining engineer and things of that, we are getting people from outside this country because our education system is yet to align fully. But then also there is, when somebody is done with their university studies or whatever, they need to have that hands-on training in a mining institute to prepare them for the field, because as private sector, we prefer to hire talent at the gate. So the need for a mining institute will move us from policy to actual implementation of the ATMs. These two things, a regulator and a mining institute, will unlock the mining sector in ways we cannot fathom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Humphrey. Please join me for the excellent, appreciating the excellent contributions of all of the panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate our chair of the session, Dr. Jonathan? We'll have a photo moment here, Dr. Jonathan, with your panel, as culture is at the Growth Forum, and thanks to Dr. Albert. We must do these things because it's part of the accountability. In his report to the PSST, I held the Growth Forum, and these are the different speakers we had. And that's why my budget was very big, sir. But we thank you, Dr. Jonathan, and the team. And it's exciting, Dr. Albert, that you kept the best for last, the private sector. And we want to thank you for ensuring we have these conversations, all right? So we are now transitioning to the closing ceremony, and I know we are broadcasting live on our partner stations, but most importantly, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. Yeah, for selfish reasons, I had to say that. Yeah. And then now all the other private media have carried that. That's also the best part. But in a special way, Dr. Albert introduced this. And this year I was asking, what happened to menti.com PSST? I said, what happened? And then they said, wait, we also kept this for last. Honorable Minister, there's a small exercise we do. So this is the part where I want to check that you're using our Wi-Fi properly. Pull out your smart gadget. And we have a very small exercise, PSST. I also want you to give me your answer. So menti.com, scan the QR code. Scan. Dr. Richard, please scan the QR code. Jonathan, we want your feedback. The option you have if you can't scan is menti.com on your search engine, and that's the password, 543138889. Vicky, are we there? Please scan the QR code, Vicky. So scan the QR code, and I'll shortly. Are we there? Because I must check. I want us. We're about 200 people in the room, and again, I might use those who are online for the coupons for lunch. So if you do not scan the QR code, I don't give you my coupon for lunch. There's nothing like free lunch, my friends. There's nothing like free lunch. All right. I see that. Wow, mind-boggling. More mind. I see. I haven't asked the question. Why are you commenting? Yeah. All right. Let's go to the question. So, what's the question we are asking? There you go. What must government prioritize to grow our economy tenfold in today's fast-changing global economy? Please don't write a whole full scope. Just say something short so it can pop up. Tourism, clearly tourism. That's a gaba. That must be. Enforcing implementation, markets, money must come. Yeah, how? But how? Private sector, energy infrastructure, PSST. I've done the homework here. Implementation keeps popping up, and the reason you have some in bold is because that's what everyone is posting. So if exports, for those of you who haven't been part of our 10-year journey, Dr. Albert started this really cool thing. He makes us do his homework for him. And so the reason some are larger than the others is because that's what everyone is putting up. So the moment, and again, we were talking about AI yesterday, Wani. Yeah, this is, how AI is picking up. So the bigger it's because everyone is saying the same thing. Enforcing implementation, tourism keeps standing out, infrastructure, implementation. Oh, by the way, tourism, as we talk about tenfold growth, tourism needs 25% growth. As everyone is growing by 10, the average, tourism has been asked to grow 25-fold in the 14 years. So that's why tourism, I see, is popping up here. E-mobility, PSST, your money you're giving to Kira Motors, it is showing up also here. Mining, yes, I think that is that must be Humphrey. Is over posting mining. Yes, we must end corruption. I totally agree. Yes. And I think OWC shared a very nice note. I'll pass it on to the PSST. Brigadier General wrote to me a question. He never found time to ask. He said, Brigadier General John Baptist Mulindwa is here from OWC. He's the Director of Value Addition. He mentioned that all this we are discussing will not work unless we eliminate corruption. Possibly total annihilation is what he called it. Brigadier General, your Ame language is very difficult. But so how many comments do we have? Menti, how many have submitted? I need to check. 95 of 132. So what happened to the other 40? Now we have, okay, 134. What happened to the others who logged in? You're still thinking about your comment? But we really want to thank you because this is really good feedback, because what it does back end is that it forms part of Dr. Albert's report. And so we want to appreciate prioritization. What happened to the screen? Okay. End corruption, prioritization, enforcing implementation. Private sector also is somewhere there. Agriculture, in case you didn't see it, it's there. It's interesting, though, PSST, that no one wrote ATMs as just ATMs. Everyone put their priority in the ATMs, because clearly these are some of the enablers. All right, so let's move to the closing ceremony. And allow me just run through a bit of our protocol, because we have our Honorable Minister of State for General Duties in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the Honorable Sise Mulondo is here. Can we appreciate her, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, Honorable. And she will be closing our forum. We appreciate the Permanent Secretary and Secretary of the Treasury, who, Honorable Minister, has sat with us the whole day today. Yesterday, he only left because we were opening another 5-star hotel in the Pearl of Africa. That's the only reason he left, but he was meant to be with us yesterday. We want to appreciate the IGC, our partners, the Executive Director and the Country Director who are here with us. Jonathan Lip and, of course, Dr. Richard. Please stand, Dr. Jonathan and Dr. Lip. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. And the entire IGC family that is here. We have a Ugandan office team that is here. We want to appreciate the DST and the directors that are here. We have 3 directors here. Can we appreciate the ministry? And in a special way, the acting accountant general, Mr. Semugoma. Let's appreciate him. And all distinguished guests. Honorable Minister, we had a really rich panel of experts, including our very own from the World Bank. We have young children who are, by the way, Chemutai is Ugandan, so we have only lent her to the World Bank. She's an export to the World Bank. And all of you heads of government agencies that are present, I see development partners. I think UNIDO is here. My brother is here. And every single partner of the private sector that is present. And you had the private sector here in the room. We want to appreciate our key stakeholders across the various sectors in government, and most especially the media, fourth estate, that are present. So we would like, can we appreciate the media? They've been telling this story since yesterday. And the digital team that is here. So for those of you joining us online and watching us now on our media stations, this is our 10th High-Level Economic Growth Forum that is organized by the Ministry of Finance in partnership with the IGC. And we've come to the close of what's been an exciting 2 days conversation on what needs to be done, as we were asking on Menti, to support this tenfold growth agenda of government amidst what we see happening in the region and across the world. So we want to close, and I want to invite in a very special way our Permanent Secretary to come, make his remarks. PSU will decide. You can then invite Dr. Richard and then later come and invite the Honorable Minister to close. Please come. Can we appreciate the Permanent Secretary, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of State for General Duties, and of course our partners, our treasury partners of 10 years. I would like, I think, to first get Dr. Newfarmer, or I don't know, between the two of you, who would want to say something? Jonathan, you come and you say something, then I will come and make a few commitments, and then I invite the Honorable Minister to close, and all we should do it in about under 10 minutes, and we are out of here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, PSST and Honorable Minister. I want to begin with thanks. I want to express my appreciation to the Minister and the Ministers of State who have supported both the preparation but also participated in the conference over the past 2 days. In particular to the PSST, Dr. Gobi, for his continued leadership, both of this forum, but much more broadly in driving effective policy here in Uganda. The Commissioner of Macro, Dr. Musisi, who's been a steadfast supporter and friend of the IGC and really responsible for much of the trajectory we've had. I'd like also to thank his team, including Millie and Rosette, for all their support here. Let me thank also the Bank of Uganda, who, as many of you may not know, is our host here in Uganda and has always been a very effective partner. I'd like to also thank our team here, of course, led by Richard Newfarmer, the country director, the senior economist who you heard from this morning, Dr. Kush, and the other economists, Maria Orwela, and then Mary Teddy Nakwewe, who is our program officer. So let me appreciate our team. And finally, let me appreciate also the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, and I'll come back to you at the end, but who've been a supporter both of this conference, but much more broadly of IGC since its inception. So I'm sure the PSST won't let me summarize all of the messages that have come out of this conference, but let me just say a few things. The first is context. We're in a difficult context, a difficult global context. I think Richard mentioned this at the beginning, the PSST as well. We have uncertainty around the disruptions to global trade. We have uncertainty around AI and its potential impact. And we have perhaps the most uncertain geopolitical context that we've had for some time. So it can't be in that local context, in that international context, but in the local context, well, it cannot be business as usual, which means it cannot be policy as usual. And as the PSST told us right from the very beginning, Uganda now needs to move from macroeconomic stability to transformation, to policies that will translate into higher levels of productivity, higher levels of income, and better jobs. That message has been echoed throughout these 2 days, and we've heard again and again how important it is that both the public sector and the private sector focus on productivity as the key driver of this growth, and that productivity will happen through transformation, not through marginal changes. Transformation in terms of firms and individuals becoming more productive, transformation in terms of strengthening all of the enablers across the economy, infrastructure, but also finance, energy, etc. And transformation in the sense of people moving between sectors, people moving from unproductive jobs into more productive jobs. And as we heard in the keynote today, The real challenge is at the level of firms. Firms will be the driver of this, and the picture is a complicated picture with different types of firms that require different approaches in terms of finance, in terms of regulation, in terms of other forms of support, but we can't lose sight of the core role of firms in driving this tenfold growth. Trade will be essential to that because trade is what will enable Uganda to achieve a greater market size than will ever be possible through its domestic market. So we need to continue to drive down trade costs and drive up access and drive up translating access into real entry of firms. We've heard about how finance is critical, both in the public finances and on the private side. In the public finances, there's a huge challenge to raise the level of taxation. And we had very useful and concrete steps from Mr. Mukunda about the way in which the tax base can be systematically broadened, starting from where we are, not starting from where we'd like to be. And then Dr. Kush also reminded us this morning of the need to manage public investment effectively. And finally, we've heard about AI and its potentially transformative potential, but also the risks that Uganda falls behind by not acting soon enough to begin to adopt these technologies. And that's not only in the private sector. Many of the quick wins are also available in the public sector. And we've seen increasing examples across Africa in some of our programs where, for example, in Zambia, we've worked very effectively with the government on building internal capabilities to use AI. And those are immediately available. So forget about agentic AI, forget about where the frontier is. There are huge gains to be had from small steps with AI and combining that with digitization and effective use of data to drive effective policy, but also to drive effective decision-making in the private sector. So all of this is telling us we have to move from diagnosis to execution, as the PSST emphasized right from the beginning, from evidence to reform, from reform to investment, and from investment to productivity, jobs, and exports. And we need to do so in a well-informed way. And again, to echo the PSST, in my opinion, is not evidence. We need to be translating now not just evidence on what's the right policy design, but hard evidence on what's working and what's not working. And that calls on government to behave differently. Government needs to learn, and it needs to be a fast learner. And it can only do that if it sets up the mechanisms for understanding whether new policies are working or not working. It is impossible to get policies 100% right ex ante. So the key to good policy is policy evaluation and assessment and learning, and ideally fast learning. In closing, the tenfold growth strategy is deliberately ambitious. Achieving it will require much more than business as usual and much more than policy as usual. It will require more productive firms, larger markets, higher domestic revenues, better forms of finance, faster adoption of technology, and a government capable not just of implementing policy, but of learning from implementation. And as we were reminded at the very beginning of this forum, tenfold growth is not simply the responsibility of government. Government must create the enabling environment, but firms must invest, must innovate, must compete, and must grow. And all of us have a role to play. For IGC, our commitment is to continue bringing rigorous evidence into that process, not simply to help identify what Uganda should do, but to work with our partners to understand what is working and what's not working, and how policy can continue to improve. Tenfold growth will not come from having all the answers today, but it will come from building the firms, institutions, partnerships that allow Uganda to keep learning and to turn that learning into action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also recognize our Deputy Chairperson of the Committee on National Economy, Honorable Achia Remigio. Give him a hand clap. It's the one who ensures that every policy we make in government is appropriate and pro-people. Honorable Minister and all of you colleagues, earlier when I spoke to you yesterday and we reflected on the 10-year journey we've had with our partners, the IGC, I demonstrated one thing, and that is evidence-based policy making is indeed changing Uganda's economy. You saw where we were and where we are today. Our commitment, therefore, is to ensure that well-researched and actionable ideas from this forum are implemented and translated into impact. Already, the doctor who has spoken has helped me to summarize some of the beautiful ideas that we have generated. But I want to make some commitments on behalf of government and in particular my ministry. Number one, that Uganda is going to adopt AI to solve real economic and public service problems. Start marking us from today. Going forward, 10 years down the road, if we are celebrating now 20 years of this partnership, we should come and perhaps shall be presenting these ideas in a different format. Who knows? We shall be asking the zonks to do certain things. Don't ask me who are zonks. I also don't know, but perhaps that's where the future is going. But also, we must note that for us to get the AI to work and all these things that we have had, we must get the fundamentals right, as we had. Reliable electricity must be supplied. Affordable internet should reach much of the country. We may not reach everybody, but at least much of the country. Skills, must skill ourselves. Data and institutions, we are committing to working on those fundamentals, to continuing as we have been doing to strengthen them. The second key commitment is on green compliance. This must be an area of competitive advantage. I think that's what we had, not just regulatory burden, that we are fulfilling a burden by the financiers. That's why we should adhere to the green requirements, how to green our economy. So we shall use the green compliance to strengthen exports, to attract investments, and advance our tenfold growth strategy. While I was away, I was also told, briefed very ably, that there was a good conversation on industrial policy. And those who know me a little bit, you know, when I hear industrial policy, what happens to my heart? It starts pumping faster. I want to commit that we are going to support further transformation of the Ugandan economy using industrial policy. But as we do this, we shall continue to support the winners, to scale, not to protect the losers. We have never actually intended to do so. Losers should die. Winners should be supported. We shall look beyond large farms, but also manufacturing. Our focus is going to be, once again, productivity, jobs, learning, and the spillovers, wherever they emerge. I want to tell you and assure you this is already the tenfold growth strategy we are talking about. We need to really look at it. I'm so happy that research is showing us that now we have done a better job in designing our framework for growth going forward. The other commitment is on the export discipline. Export discipline. Our growth agenda is going to be growth-led. I mean export-led and very well diversified. We are continuing to ensure that we produce products for markets beyond Uganda. That export discipline is key. I emphasized it yesterday, I will emphasize it again, and the good thing, the researchers also told you that. But in this, we shall begin, of course, supporting the farms to ensure that they start with our regional markets. So, because you know, even in a football, I support football a lot. You don't start by going to the Premier League. You start in the lower. Huh? The vicar is not known by no farmer. But there are those other competitions, championship, and so on. You try your luck there. And then you progress and you reach the Premier League. So our farms need to be prepared for the international competition. And our regional markets have provided a very good platform for that. And you know our president is the champion of regionalism. So there is no doubt that this is at the heart of our tenfold growth strategy. And we commit to supporting that. So those who need the risking from government, the first key requirement is export discipline. You don't come to government and you say, you see, the problem is market. I can't have enough domestic market. You are not a good candidate for support because you are engaging in non-tradable. We are sharing our own poverty. I always use this example. You know, for us to sell to ourselves the things, you are sharing poverty instead of getting prosperity. How? You get 10,000 shillings in the morning, you give it to a border guy. The border guy takes it to the one who makes chapati. The one who makes chapati takes it to the one who supplies cooking oil. The cooking oil person takes it to the one in the saloon, the barber. Then the barber shop guy takes it back to the border guy in the evening to take him home. Now, you find people very busy the whole week. They are sharing 10,000 shillings amongst themselves. An economy cannot grow by sharing poverty. We must export and get the foreign exchange, get the other money to come into the economy. So export discipline is a fundamental we must address. What also we commit going forward, we are going to do fewer but better projects. Okay? Projects which are well prepared, fully funded, executed on time, and able to deliver the returns promised at appraisal. We have already started reforms to enforce this discipline. as we have continuously told you. And in the budget strategy for next year we are bringing, we shall demonstrate to you how we are going to do these differently. We are also going to finance our growth sustainably going forward. We have already been doing it, but we are going to put in more effort by plugging first the leakages. I think it was Julius who was saying, don't look far, start with what is available. We already have a lot of money in Uganda, but how are we using it is key. So we shall plug those leakages, mobilize more domestic resources first, and then diversify into the cheaper and innovative capital. We also commit, we are going to stop treating private sector as a homogeneous item. We have already been very good at this. I don't know, we thought we have already been so good, but today I've learned a few things. You know, in Uganda, we have almost a wealth fund now for everybody, including this man who was saying, for us, you have left us out. We have so many wealth funds. So we are not treating the private sector homogeneously. But I've learned also today from research that financing firms alone does not automatically create the net jobs. It doesn't create what we want to do. What matters is actually markets. What matters is markets. I've learned that from the professor here. Therefore, we are going to build a segmented financing system, but also helping the productive firms to ensure that they go ahead to scale and access larger markets. I've told you, starting with our regional markets. Moving from market access to market penetration. We have been, how do we support these firms to actually penetrate these markets within the region first? The ESC, the COMESA, and Africa Free Continental Trade Area, before we think of taking them to where big guys play, the premiership, where they play in Europe, in America, and everywhere. So we have learned these lessons, among others. To cut the long story short, therefore, the lessons reinforce what we committed to in our 10-fold growth strategy. Doing things differently, investing in new sources of growth, taking advantage of the emerging opportunities, but also taking advantage of the emerging markets. That's what our 10-fold growth committed. What's the key message from the forum which we have had, which I'm taking? The evidence is increasingly clear. Our job now is execution. I have no doubt now that we are doing the right thing in terms of policy making. Our main task now as government and the private sector and all partners is to do what the conversations here have asked us to do, to ensure that we act on it. With those remarks, I thank you very much, IGC, for the support you have given us in this 10th forum, but also over the 10 years. We have been working together. Let's continue this partnership. This is a beautiful marriage, no issues. We need to carry it forward. I also want to thank you, my team at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I usually call it Team Finance, for the fantastic job that you continue doing. Your pocket of effectiveness. Please continue with this work. All of you, from my DST here, the deputy, to the entire team, as you can see it. The accountant general is here, the director Maris is here, director Kagwa there, the commissioner in charge of these conversations, Commissioner Macro, usually tells us no on everything except economic growth forum. There he says yes. So, and then the entire team, you're a fantastic team doing a good job. But also to our ministers for the policy and the political guidance that they keep giving us. With those remarks, I take the singular honor to invite the Honorable Minister of State for General Duties to come and close this forum officially. Honorable C.C. Mulondo.
The Permanent Secretary, PSST, Head of Agencies, civil societies around, our development partners, representatives of the private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the State Minister for Finance in charge of general duties. My name is Sisem Londo. It is an honor to preside over the closing of the 10th High-Level Economic Growth Forum here at Sheraton Hotel, Kampala. For 2 days, we have engaged robustly on one question: how to deliver tenfold growth and transform the lives of our people in Uganda. On behalf of the government of Uganda and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I thank the organizers, including the International Growth Center, the researchers, speakers and panelists, discussants, and each one of you for your candid contribution. Your ideas, data, and challenges have made this forum practical and not just theoretical. Thank you so much. As the Permanent Secretary to Treasury has highlighted, we commit to translate these actionable recommendations into a concrete policy measures that will inform the financial year 2027-2028 budget and medium-term growth agenda. The 10th High-Level Economic Growth Forum has ended, but the work starts now. As he has said, it's time for implementation. As our president said, the head of the state, that this is Chisanja, no more sleep. Let us leave this room with a sense of urgency that something has to be done, and if we are to achieve this growth. Uganda has the resources, the people, and the plan. What we need is discipline in implementation, as it has been all around in these discussions. I therefore declare the 10th High-Level Economic Growth Forum officially closed. May God bless you and bless the Republic of Uganda, for God and my country.
I had requested the minister to stay so that the PSST, Dr. Jonathan and Dr. Richard can join her with Dr. Albert for this first photo before I invite the next set of people. So, Dr. Albert, can we appreciate the Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen? I know we are losing our live audience. We want to thank you. Those of you who joined us on the various platforms, on the TV stations, thank you. This was the 10th High-Level Economic Growth Forum, formally closed by the Honorable Minister. And we want to thank you all for being part of this Economic Growth Forum. And we now humbly want to request the DST, our directors, our Accountant General to come and join this photo. And the reason I also like that it's the directors is that one of them is a lady, and will make this picture better. This picture really sometimes fails me. So shortly I'll invite the next stakeholders to join. And I think what we'll do at that level is move to different tiers so that we allow others to stand at the back. So cameraman, the next photo will allow the Honorable Minister, the PS and the others to come forward, and the rest of us will join them at the back so that everyone appears in this photo. So I'll request the civil society, of course, my brother Julius, but the minister will come one step lower so that the rest of us join. Yes, the taller ones can go to the back. And my speakers. So all the speakers who are here, please come. Wani, Vicky, Humphrey, Morris, all the speakers, please come. We want to appreciate you. You know yourselves, all the speakers, doctor, all the doctors that were here speaking earlier. I think it's Dr. Kuch. I was about to prefer. Then, of course, our keynote speaker, Professor. Thank you. All right. So cameraman, this is a very important picture because all the speakers are there and present. And we want to appreciate them for joining us. Please do not go anywhere. Lunch is served shortly. We'll invite you to lunch. But I'll ask the team to handle my VIPs. So we'll allow for the VIPs to move out first. So the team that is handling our VIPs, stand by. Because you will need to usher our guests out, and then the rest of us will join thereafter. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate the Minister of Finance and the IGC? Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. We want to thank you all. I'll invite our team to handle the VIPs. Please do take our VIPs to lunch. The rest of us, lunch is in the same place, but the VIPs, allow the VIPs move out fast because yesterday we had a bit of a difficulty managing some of our VIPs. So I'll invite the Minister and the PS to join on our way out, to join the Honorable. So once again, we want to appreciate all of you, our stakeholders, the private sector, civil society organizations, and all the players. I hope you have seen your photos. The photos are there. If your photo was taken, you should have it on your WhatsApp if you scanned our QR code. So that's the QR code that will give you your picture. So when you scan the QR code, please register. We'll need a selfie. We request you to take a selfie of yourself. And after that, the rest is AI. The picture will be sent to you on your WhatsApp number. The number you're registering, please make sure it's a WhatsApp number. You will immediately get a message notifying you that you have been registered. All right? So scan the QR code. I honestly also, my apologies. But scan the QR code, register your WhatsApp number. If you did yesterday, you already have your photos on you. And then register. When you register, there should be a photo on your WhatsApp if you registered yesterday. If you're just registering, give it another 2-3 minutes. You'll get an alert on your phone. All right? But it needs your facial ID. So we want you to take a selfie, preferably in a place with a bit of light. All right? And then AI will do the magic by sharing you a picture that has your face in it. In fact, even if the picture you're in a distant background, you will be able to get one. And those of you who scan this QR code, your pictures already are on your WhatsApp number. Just check. There should be something from Photo Magic. All right. The team handling our VIPs, please take our VIPs. The Honorable Minister and the directors, please make your way.